You're all set, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Erica. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum, I am calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on August 28th, 2020. Let me alert the public fact this meeting is being recorded. As always, it's a little hard to predict how long this meeting will take, but we'll schedule breaks as appropriate. And obviously, my fellow commissioners, anytime you would like a break, just let me know. I want to thank Erica and our new associate producer, Matt Giancola, for organizing this meeting and running it. Thank you very much for that. If we go to the agenda, please. There really is only one agenda item today, which is a regulatory policy discussion. Let me just take a few seconds to just recap kind of what's happened up until today and what's going to happen next. It starts with the last round of regulations that we went through, which was in the fall of 2019. We voted on and approved final regulations in that round in September. And at that time also noted topics that we wanted to raise in the next round of regulations. We started working on this new round of regulations in the late winter, early spring of this year. And on the 19th of June, we had a public meeting where we discussed what changes we wanted to make to our regulations, specifically around what policies we wanted to change. We then voted on draft regulations on the 20th of July that embedded those policy decisions and filed those draft regulations shortly thereafter with the Secretary of State's office. That commenced a public comment period that lasted through August 14th. And during that public comment period, we also had a public hearing on the 3rd of August, and shortly after that public comment period ended, we met with the advisory board, the Cannabis Advisory Board, on the 17th of August. Since then, the commissioners have been reading all of the public comments. They have met with our legal staff to talk about what changes they thought should be discussed with respect to our draft regulations based upon the feedback we got in the public hearings and the public comment, as well as from the advisory board. This is probably a good time to pause and thank our general counsel, Christine Bailey, our deputy general counsel, Pauline Nguyen, and the rest of the legal staff who have been driving this process and in my opinion, have done a phenomenal job of corralling all of us and making this process work as efficiently as it has. So thank you, Pauline, Christine, and the rest of the legal team. Today, what we'll do is discuss a number of topics and debate and vote on whether we feel like, based upon the public comments and the public hearings and the advisory board feedback, whether we feel like we should make any changes to the draft regulations that were filed with the Secretary of State's office earlier this summer. We have, I think, 16 or 17 topics that got raised by one or more commissioners in their individual conversations with the legal team. What we'll do on each of those topics is I've asked the general counsel and the deputy general counsel to introduce and frame each of the topics and the questions that we want to discuss around those topics, and then I'll facilitate a conversation on those topics. We will take votes as appropriate on either individual topics, or in some cases where there are multiple questions and a topic, will take votes on each of the individual questions. We'll take votes only if we're discussing changing something that are in our draft regulations. Aside from the 16 topics, 16 or 17 topics that we have, I've obviously left time at the end for commissioners to raise any additional topics they feel like should be discussed as part of any discussion about modifying our draft regulations. So we'll leave time at the end for that. I asked the commissioners, while I'm facilitating the conversation, to either send a chat or to raise their hand if they'd like me to call on them to get them introduced, and just we'll take a couple seconds so that Erica has time to queue you up once you've been recognized, queue you up so that you'll be on camera. You need to unmute your microphones yourself, however, We can't do that remotely, so when it's your turn to talk or when you'd like to talk, please unmute your microphones. After today, we have one more step in the process, which is to vote on final regs with any changes that to our draft regulations that we've discussed and voted on and agreed on today. That meeting to vote on the final regulations is scheduled for the 24th of September, but that is a tentative date. The legal team, the executive director, and I will meet early next week. And based upon what comes out of today's meeting and the extent of changes that will require to our draft regulations, we'll see if the 24th is a reasonable deadline or if we have to push that back. The 24th is a self-imposed deadline. I would very much like to meet it, but it's more important to me, and I think to the entire commission, that we do this right rather than rush through it. So we'll figure out kind of what the timeline looks like after today, early next week, and obviously communicate that to the public shortly thereafter. That's all I've got for the introduction. Before we jump into the agenda, do any of my fellow commissioners wish to say anything? Okay, then let's go. If we get to the next slide, please, Erica. So again, I've asked the general counsel and the deputy general counsel to, between the two of them, introduce each topic and frame it. Then once the topic is framed, I'll start facilitating the conversation. In some cases, I'll kick it off. In some cases, I will request one of my fellow commissioners to kick off the conversation. But each of the topics will be introduced and framed by either General Counsel Bailey or Deputy General Counsel Wen. So let's start with the first topic, which is the Citizen Review Committee. And my understanding, General Counsel, you'll frame this one for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman. So the first topic concerns the definition of Citizens Review Committee, primarily in the adult use regulations. So the question is whether in response to feedback received from the Cannabis Advisory Board to modify the definition of Citizen Review Committee.
Okay, thank you, General Counsel. I'll kick this one off if I could. So I think I was the one that raised this with the legal staff. So in the advisory board, as you all remember, there was some comment about the Citizen Review Committee, or rather, the lack of a Citizen Review Committee. This one, I think we just have to recognize that this hasn't worked the way we hoped for when we introduced this notion. I think it was about 2 years ago. I still believe it's a very important body, and I believe it has a lot to contribute. However, if you look at what's happened, there has been only one meeting where we were able to have a quorum attend. There were several other attempts unsuccessful to get a quorum together. Many of the terms of the original advisory or review committee have expired. So I think it's obvious this hasn't worked the way we were hoping for. I think it's still an important body. With respect to our current regulations, the Citizen Review Committee exists only one place. So please correct me if I'm wrong, General Counsel, but the Citizens Review Committee exists right now only one place in our regulations, which is in the definition section. My request would be that we discuss taking that out of the definition section with the explicit intent in subsequent commission meetings to discuss how we take the lessons learned about what has not worked and try to reconstitute the Citizens Review Committee in a way that will accomplish the important original objectives that we set for it. So what I'd like to discuss and get input from my fellow commissioners on is a proposal that we just eliminate the Citizen Review Committee from the definition section of the regulations. Can I have thoughts or comments from my fellow commissioners on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
Mr. Chairman, I agree that we should eliminate the Citizens Review Committee from the definition portion of our regulations. However, I'd like to go a step further and just dissolve the committee as a whole. This committee was made up of citizens of the Commonwealth, was not run by the commission. It was a body that was supposed to be led by citizens that were appointed to it. It's clear they couldn't come up with a quorum on their own. Unfortunately, it falls back to the perception that our commission is running this committee and that we don't want feedback. And I think we've proven time and time again that that's not true. But like you said, this hasn't worked. And I think it's it's really important to understand that, people want to be involved until there's actual work to be done. And the fact that they couldn't get one committee meeting together to actually get the quorum to then take the vote to allow remote participation shows that this committee really wasn't going to work. We have other ways that people can be involved. There are roundtable discussions that you had talked about months ago and last year that we haven't done yet. There's a lot of input that can be had by the public. So I think that dissolving this committee and just allowing for input in other ways is something that this committee should look at.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. I do want to just defend myself a little bit. The pandemic did get in the way of the roundtables. I still think they're a good idea and we should do them, but thank you for your comments. Other commissioners? Commissioner Title?
I'm fine with removing the definition from the regulations. I think that the advisory board was correct in their assessment that this is an important committee and it should be continued. So I would not suggest dissolving it unless we come up with another suggestion, which is perhaps what everyone is saying. What I would want to note here is that we have had a citizens review committee, which was developed right in the beginning. And then we also had a social consumption working group. Those were the two that I was heavily involved in. And I think that the social consumption working group format actually worked a lot better. And I think we came up with that when we had a better idea of how things were going to run and how much support the commission would need to provide to the group. So my suggestion would be that we follow the advisory board's recommendations in general and keep the committee, but that we follow that social consumption working group format, which is not in the regulations. So I don't think this needs to be in the regulations either.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner McBride, do you have any, I can't see you, your camera's off, so I don't know if you have your hand raised or not.
I will say that I'm fine with keeping the committee together and removing the definition, but I do want to flag, and I think that this echoes, some of what Commissioner Flanagan is getting at. We can take this out of our regulations. We can try to reformat it and put it into a different, put it together in a different way. But I think that everyone just needs to be clear on the fact that just because we take it out of the regulations doesn't mean that it isn't going to be subject to rules like the open meeting law and other rules that I think, are some of the things that people point to about why it's hard to get it together. But at the end of the day, are the things that lead to the transparency that is vital to making sure that, people can see what's actually happening within these groups and what that discussion looks like. So I just want to call that out. Taking this out of the regulations isn't going to remove that. But, if at the same time, I, still have hope that having voices around the table on a lot of these issues and voices that maybe otherwise aren't always represented, I mean, that is clearly important. So I'm fine with removing the definition from the regulations.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. I think if I could summarize, and please push back if this is not accurate, I think that there's consensus to remove this. I'll ask for a formal motion on that in a few seconds. And I think there's consensus that we, outside of this regulatory process, should have a conversation about if and how to reconstitute this group with the issues and concerns that Commissioner Flanagan raised, the suggested approach that Commissioner Title raised, the concerns that Commissioner McBride just raised. I think those are all part of a conversation that we'll have at a subsequent public commission meeting. But from a regulatory standpoint, I think the only action that we need to take today is to ask for a motion to remove this from the definitions, and my personal commitment outside of the regulatory process that we'll get this on the agenda and have the kind of conversation we just started about what, if and how to reconstitute this. So if that's fair, unless anybody has an objection, could I ask for a motion, please, to remove the reference to the definition of the Citizen Review Committee from our definition section of the regulations? Can I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Can I have a second?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you very much. Let's move on to topic 2, please, General Counsel. My understanding, this is also a topic that you're going to introduce.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So the next question concerns marijuana plants, and it is whether to clarify certain definitions and regulatory language associated with clones, vegetative plants, and immature plants to bring consistency between the regulations and the guidance on seed-to-sale tracking.
Okay. Thank you very much, General Counsel. Commissioner Title, are you okay if I ask you to kick off this conversation?
Sure.
Would you go ahead, please?
So this is a small change from what is in the regulation. So the draft says a registered qualifying patient is prohibited from possessing or cultivating more than 12 flowering plants, which is already defined, and 12 immature or vegetative plants. So the change here would be defining immature plants and removing and vegetative plants. Excluding clones and cuttings, the change here is just getting rid of and cuttings and just leaving it clones, which is already defined. And so the change that's being suggested is a definition for immature plant, which is immature plant means a rooted plant in the vegetation stage of development. Vegetation is already defined. And so what this does is it keeps all of the definitions in the current regulations and guidance intact, doesn't contradict any of them, but creates a distinction between clones and immature plants.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Title. Again, Commissioners McBride and Flanagan, I can't see you on camera, so I don't know if you have any comments or questions on this topic.
No, thanks.
Commissioner McBride?
I wanted to ask, I guess I wanted to ask the General Counsel a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Have we looked at whether legally, because of the definition of cannabis marijuana that is included in the statute, whether we can do this and what the, I guess, whether it would be advisable to do this at this juncture in the regulations, given the statutory definition?
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. So my understanding is that licensing and enforcement was consulted on this definition, and I think is consistent with their understanding of marijuana. We could note for the final regulations to look at that question again, but I'm confident that this makes sense in terms of our statutory definition.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments before I ask for a motion from Commissioner Title? And Commissioner Title, would you make a motion, please?
How do I refer to it?
Pardon?
I move to clarify the definitions and regulatory language as I just described.
Okay. Could I have a second to that motion, please? Thank you, Commissioner Title.
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title? Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you very much. Let's move on to topic 3, and I think this again, Madam General Counsel, your name seems to be coming up frequently here. So if you would introduce, this has got some sub questions. So if you could take your time and make sure that you frame this, I think it'd be helpful for our subsequent conversation. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. So this concerns the adult use regulations and basically the application of economic impairment applicant priority status. So the two questions are whether the regulations and guidance need to clarify that in order for an EEA to maintain its EEA status, the applicant must meet at least one majority equity ownership criteria, even though the original certified individuals are no longer involved or no longer hold majority ownership. The second question is, the current regulations do not state that an individual originally certified as an EEA, either as an individual or in association with an entity, can now apply as a new entity with EEA status. Should the regulations make it clear that these individuals can apply as a new entity with EEA status so long as it continues to meet 3 or more of the 6 criteria, at least one of which shall be majority equity ownership criteria? Chairman, before I turn it to you, I would also note that if these questions are answered in a certain way, we will want to consider the change of ownership and control provisions. Sure. And I'm ready to read a question in that regard. Okay. At that point.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So if I'm correct, question 1, we discussed and voted on this, and in our draft in our policy discussion, and then subsequently in our draft regulations, we agreed that the applicant must meet at least one of the majority equity ownership criteria. That has been discussed and voted on in our draft regulations. Is the reason that I believe it's appropriate to have this on the agenda today, is we heard a lot of feedback on this in our public hearing from the advisory board, in public comments. And while a large part of it was to, yes, keep that minimum equity threshold requirement, we certainly heard from people that felt that was a constraint on the ability of individual entrepreneurs or groups of entrepreneurs to raise outside financing. So I think the first question on the table is, based upon the feedback we got, do we still feel comfortable with the regulatory change that was in our draft regulation that requires this minimum 51% equity threshold, or is that something we wish to discuss? Can we start with that, and then we'll go on to the second topic? Can I get thoughts from my fellow commissioners on that?
Mr. Chairman, didn't we discuss this in May?
Yeah, we did, and the reason it's on the table, Commissioner Flanagan, at least that, and it could be a very quick conversation, is that we just heard a lot of feedback on this topic, and I just wanted to see if we were still comfortable, or if we wanted to revisit that decision. We did explicitly make that decision in May, as you just said, and it is explicitly in our draft regulations. So the only question is whether any of the public comments and feedback that we got caused us to reconsider that. Commissioner Title?
With regard to this question, I am comfortable with the way it's already written in the draft regulations.
Commissioner Flanagan and McBride?
I agree.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I think by definition now, since there's 4 of us and 2 of you have said you're comfortable, I don't believe a motion is necessary here. It will not carry, and there's no change that is being requested to our draft regulations. It's keeping the draft regulations intact as they exist today. So I don't believe a motion is necessary here. So let's move on to question 2. Commissioner Title, would you talk to this one if you're comfortable?
Sure. Well, I have a suggestion, but do you want to read through the question first?
I think the General Counsel already did. So unless you'd like to have her read through it again, because she did a great job on it, and her diction was incredible. But she did actually read the question. So if you...
Okay. So I would like to, yes, make it clear that these individuals can apply as a new entity as long as 3 of the criteria continue to be met. That's the definition of an economic empowerment applicant, but it may need to be evaluated again. And so I have suggested language, and I will read it, and I will also paste it into the chat in case people want to read along. And this is after consulting with both licensing enforcement and legal. And I believe this is already language. It's just put into one sentence. It's already in the regulations. When an economic empowerment priority applicant notifies the commission of any change in ownership or control, the commission shall review anew the applicant's eligibility for economic empowerment certification status. And then there's one more. This would be in the definition of economic empowerment applicants, and it would make clear that individuals who are associated with an entity that has economic empowerment status would be able to apply for a change of ownership or control and have their eligibility reassessed in terms of meeting 3 of the 6 criteria. So I'll paste that as well. Economic empowerment priority applicant means an applicant who was certified by the commission as such, and this is the addition, either as an individual or associated with an entity, and this is back now to what's in the draft regulations, in 2018 and continues to meet 3 or more of the following 6 criteria, at least one of which shall be a majority equity ownership criterion.
You want to make any comments on that before I ask for comments from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Tuttle?
Nothing.
Thank you. Okay, comments, Commissioner McBride or Commissioner Flanagan?
I just had a question about this sort of reevaluation or just reviewing it would occur. I just want to make sure I heard Commissioner Tuttle correctly. It would occur at the time when there's a application for a change in ownership. Is that correct?
Yes, an application or and I'm reading from the draft regulations now, or a notification, because economic empowerment priority applicants must notify the commission of any change in ownership or control, regardless of whether such change would require the applicant to seek approval pursuant to 935 CMR 500-104, 1B, 1, and 2. So it would be either when you need to ask for approval for change in ownership, or if you're just notifying us of it.
And so would this fall under one of the powers that we have suggested delegating to director, or would this be something? So in other words, would this be something that would be able to happen administratively, or would this be something that would require commission action?
It would be something that would happen administratively.
Okay. And so could I ask if the executive director is on, which I think he is in the meeting?
He's here. So go ahead. Mr. Executive Director, can you turn your camera on so we can see your smiling face?
I'm here. You can see my face. I'm not sure if it's smiling, but.
Oh yeah, it's kind of a slight smile. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. Did you hear Commissioner McBride's question?
Oh, I didn't ask a question yet. So to the executive director, is this something that would is this something that we have the ability and the resources to be able to do? I guess I just want to make sure that you don't have any comments about this.
I think we would be able to manage this. I think keeping in mind that it's a finite universe, first and foremost, it's not that we know who these entities and individuals are. That list is not going to grow. Through this, I think it would modify. As far as resources, we'll have to commit and devote resources to it. I do think we're getting more efficient with changes of ownership by and large, and developing more complete SOPs. So I think it's something we could certainly manage. We do have to keep in mind as well that in order to meet that criteria, we would have to dig into some of these applicants and probably develop an application, a specific application for this type of change, which just all we would ask is just bear with us as we build that out and build out process. But I have confidence in our staff to be able to manage this.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments, Commissioner McBride?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Flanagan, any comments or questions? Then, okay, thank you. Then could I ask once again, Commissioner Tuttle, would you make a motion, please?
I move to update the regulations as I've just stated.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a second to that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Tuttle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tuttle?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. General Counsel, are we done with this topic, or are there other considerations that you think we need to address?
We're all set, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, General Counsel. So let's move on then to topic 4. which is buffer zones. Once again, General Counsel, your name seems to be coming up here pretty frequently. So would you introduce this topic, please?
Yes, Chairman. So this topic concerns buffer zones. And so the questions are whether the impassable barrier definition should be revised. So this is an existing definition that would now read, impassable barrier means for the purposes of determining the 500 feet buffer zone, a highway, public or private way or path, structure or structures, or row of buildings, body of water, or other obstruction that renders any part of the 500-foot straight line distance between a marijuana establishment and a school inaccessible by a pedestrian or automobile. So the changes would basically clarify the types of obstructions that would be included in this definition. The next question concerns school.
I'm sorry, General Counsel, do you think we should go through all the questions or just do them one by one?
Why don't we do it one by one, Chairman, if that's okay?
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think that makes sense to me. So let's talk about this. Are there any questions or comments on this proposed change to the language and the definition of impassable barriers? Commissioner Title?
So this is not my area of expertise, but I suggested we discuss it. It came from the Commonwealth Dispensary Association, and I thought that they were probably good suggestions that are at least worth discussing. The one thing that I would like to suggest actually striking is under question 1, where it says renders any part of the 500-foot straight line distance inaccessible by a pedestrian or automobile. I don't think the any part of the makes sense to me. So I would suggest that if we do revise this, that we strike that part.
Thank you. Commissioners McBride or Flanagan, any questions or comments?
I have a question, and this might be a dumb question, but I'm going to go for it. Structures or row of buildings, it's impassable to an automobile. That I can understand unless you have an alley between them or something like that. How is a structure, a row of buildings definitely impassable to a pedestrian? I mean, buildings have entrances and exits, right? I guess this is it's going to belabor the point a little bit, but how, what are we viewing as a row of buildings? Their buildings come in a lot of different forms, and a row of buildings in and of itself isn't going to be impassable to a pedestrian necessarily, unless it is, of a particular construct. So I don't know if legal counsel has a thought on that, or if any of the commissioners have a thought on that. The rest of the definition, I totally, I am on board with, and I understand the refining it in that way. It's just this one component that I question.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, do you have any comments, or let me ask you first and then General Counsel. Commissioner Title?
I do not have an answer to that. Good question.
Okay, General Counsel, since you're on the hook here.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So what I would suggest is that this really, I think from my perspective, would be a question of implementation. In other words, whether or not a structure or row of buildings, the licensee demonstrated that that particular obstruction was inaccessible by a pedestrian. To Commissioner McBride's point, some buildings are public, so a pedestrian might be able to pass through, but I think the onus would be on the applicant or the licensee to make that demonstration one way or the other, and for compliance to either accept that or not. If the commission is inclined to come up with another word rather than inaccessible, that's an option. We could also say for public buildings, we can clarify what it means for a public building to be inaccessible, if that's helpful.
Commissioner McBride?
I apologize if I'm I cannot recall. I mean, have we received any comment on this from municipalities? Because we're not. It's we are part of the compliance piece, right? But at the initial outset, the question is going to be for municipalities and for applicants who are having a conversation, right, about locations.
So Commissioner McBride, I would ask the Deputy General Counsel to speak to that question if she's able.
So we didn't receive specific comment on language, but we did receive some comment from the MMA on buffer zone, and I'd be happy to share that with the commission if that would be helpful.
Yeah, could we speak to that right now? That would be helpful.
Can you read anything for us, Deputy General Counsel? Take your time. We'll pause.
Colleen, is that the one that's in that summary packet you guys gave us? That's on page 31.
It is.
Do you have it in front of Commissioner Flanagan?
Yeah.
Would you mind reading it?
If it doesn't attribute to the MMA. I'm assuming by how it's worded that it's from the MMA. So if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Number 6.
It says concerns with changes proposed to 935 CMR 500.110 subsection 3 on buffer zones. Change in measurement could result in significant distance discrepancies. Attempts at changing the way this measurement is defined now could lead to communities actually altering the buffer zone to account for large K-12 campuses, with the ironic effect of further reducing the siting availability for marijuana establishments. That's point A. Point B is communities have relied on current regulations for over 2 years and have incorporated buffer zone language into local bylaws or ordinances, which would require a 2/3 vote of the town or city's legislative body to change. And then there's point C, which is municipalities may be faced with challenges from marijuana establishments wishing to be cited differently under the new provisions. Adding language regarding an impassable barrier to the buffer zone measurement would only serve to further confuse the citing process.
Thank you. And that is, Pauline, that is from what Commissioner Flanagan just read is from the NMA?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Brett, I can send this to you.
No, I mean, I recall the comment. So I think I agree with the idea of the impassable barrier and including this, because I do think that there it does get tortured sometimes. How to measure this, but I guess I'm concerned about the application of structures or row buildings. And I think that, the general counsel identify, all of the things that have already been said about, public buildings. And so I guess my suggestion would be to strike out that language, but and retain the rest of it, including highway.
Commissioner Bride, just so I'm sure I'm following, could you be specific about what you're suggesting might be struck from this language? Or
structures or row buildings, structures okay. or a row of buildings.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you.
No, I think that's all I have to say on it.
Commissioners Title or Flanagan? Commissioner Title?
I think that's a good suggestion.
Commissioner Flanagan?
I agree. I mean, I think we have to be, certainly the intent is to make sure they're not near schools, but at the same time, we need to be realistic about how different cities and towns can be made up. So taking out that language wouldn't be bothersome to me.
Okay. And then I think there's 2 proposed changes to this, and I want to make sure that whether there should be 1 or 2 motions. So one is Commissioner McBride's suggestion we take out the language structures or row of buildings. Commissioner Title in her original comment suggested we take out the phrase any part of the. Is that correct, Commissioner Title?
Yes.
Okay. I guess let's do just to make so we don't have to go back.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Can we go back to the any part of?
Yeah.
Why?
Sure.
Why does Commissioner Title? Why would you want to take that out?
Because it doesn't make sense to me, but as I said, this is not my area of expertise, so maybe I'm wrong, but just when I'm reading it, any part of the distance being inaccessible would not make it an impassable barrier in the way that I think of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. Can you just help me understand that? I mean, it seems to me if any part is impassable, then the entire thing is impassable, even if it doesn't, even the instruction doesn't cover the entire distance. If any part of it's impassable, that would. But again, I'm like you. This is way outside of my area of expertise.
Okay, then actually, then it's fine. Then let's leave it that way.
So can we then ask for a motion, or could I ask for a motion, Commissioner McBride, with the specific change this language that you're suggesting?
Sure. Move that we adopt the proposed language as further amended.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Let's go on to question 2 here, Madam General Counsel.
Thank you, Chairman. So the second proposal is to modify the existing definition of school entrance. So it would read, school entrance shall mean the entrance that provides ingress and egress to the students of the pre-existing public or private school providing education in kindergarten or any grades 1 through 12 at the time of the newspaper publication of the proposed marijuana establishment's community outreach meeting as required by 935 CMR 500.101 sub 1 sub A sub G sub A license application. Chairman, I would point out that the changes would clarify what a school is and clarify the time of the time at which this would be measured.
Yep. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Madam General Counsel. Any comments or questions on this before I ask for a motion?
Yeah, I have one question.
Go ahead. And again,
Is this egress and ingress the parking lot or the school building? Does anyone know?
is it fair to say that our regulations are silent on that? Is that correct, Madam General Counsel?
Because that's going to make a big difference. You go west of Worcester, you have big parking lots.
Right.
That's going to be a significant thing for some places.
Do you have a suggestion, Commissioner Flanagan?
Well, my suggestion is the parking lot. That's not going to be a popular suggestion.
Well, we haven't taken a vote yet.
But I guess what's the intent? My guess is my question is what's the intent? Because is the school property at the border of the parking lot or is it the border of the building? And I think we had this conversation a couple of years ago.
So I think I'm going to ask people to respond to the suggestion of Commissioner Flanagan that is defined as the entrance to the parking lot. Can I ask Commissioners McBride and Title if they have any thoughts on that suggestion? Or wait, an alternative proposal. Commissioner Title?
I'm a little hesitant because, again, not my area of expertise, but parking lots are not consistent with my understanding of ingress and egress.
Commissioner McBride?
So I think that practically speaking, I imagine that, well, I think that I understand Commissioner Flanagan's point because practically speaking, this parking lots can be a significant part of the school property and actually may also be, I'm thinking through what the purpose is, of trying to sort of, limit access to schools. And I think that the parking lot is relevant, but I also, there are going to be plenty of districts that are more densely populated where the parking lot isn't going to be an issue. It is going to be, I'm thinking of school buildings that, in Somerville and Cambridge that, I know it's probably not going to be, you're not going to have the same issue as you are if you're west of Worcester. So yeah, I mean, I can kind of see both sides of this.
I mean, I don't mind taking the vote to
Yeah.
determine what it is, but I think that if we need to clarify for people when they're trying to cite their establishments, what that means. I mean, I know of schools that have a 4-row parking lot in front of the school. Well, you can't get to the school without going through the parking lot. You know, and then I know that there are schools that are in the city where there is no driveway. You just kind of go up to the front door. So I don't mind taking the vote either way. And if I lose, I lose, but I just want some clarification for people.
I completely agree, Commissioner Flanagan. I think clarification is appropriate and necessary. So could I ask you to make a motion and then we'll take a vote on it? And if we need to take a second vote based upon the results of the first vote, we'll do so. But could you make a motion, please, Commissioner Flanagan?
Well, I will, but my first question would be to legal is that, how is it interpreted now? How is citing interpreted now?
Chairman, if I might, I would interpret it as relating to the school and not relating to the parking lot as currently written.
Right, and I think we need to stay consistent with that. There's no need to change if that's the way it's been cited for 3 years.
I'm sorry, would you repeat yourself, Commissioner, or excuse me, General Counsel, with your response to Commissioner Flanagan?
Yes, Chairman. So I would interpret this ingress and egress as relating to the entrance to the school and not the parking lot as currently written.
Okay. So Commissioner Flanagan, you feel a motion is unnecessary?
Right. I'm not gonna upend this whole citing process. Okay. If that's the way that it's been interpreted, then that's fine.
Okay. Commissioners McBride or Title, do you feel like we need to have a motion and take a vote on this, or just have a motion on the entire proposed change here?
I would say the entire proposed change.
Commissioner McBride, you agree?
Yes.
Okay, then Commissioner Title, would you mind making such a motion since you raised your hand first?
I move to adopt the language in question 2.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Let's move on to question 3, Madam General Counsel.
Thank you, Chairman. So this would be a new definition for marijuana establishment entrance, and it would read that it shall mean the entrance or entrances that provide ingress and egress to consumers and registered qualifying patients to the marijuana establishment. And I would note for this definition that this would obviously also apply to MTCs as well.
And the change here that's being proposed is what, General Counsel?
Yes, Chairman. So this would be a new definition, an entirely new definition.
Would anybody care to speak to this or ask questions to the General Counsel or others?
I just think it's interesting that it says entrance means entrance.
You think that's tautological, huh?
I guess we're trying to define what we have. I don't know.
Can I get somebody to speak to this? I would like somebody to make a case about why we should even take a motion on this.
Well, I guess my question is why do we need this?
Yeah, that's what I was asking, for somebody to address that question, Commissioner Flanagan. So Commissioner Title or McBride or even the General Counsel, what's the logic behind considering this change? Anybody?
So, Chairman, my understanding for the reason for this proposal would be to, in the measurement of the buffer zone, just be really clear the points at which the measurement starts and ends. I think one thing to note here is that this might have implications for security requirements. But obviously the commission would have the opportunity to consider those changes when there's a vote on the final regulations.
Sure. Mr. Executive Director, do you have any comment on this?
I do not.
Okay, sorry to put you on the spot. I am willing to consider a motion on this if somebody wants to make a motion. So let me ask if any of my fellow commissioners wants to make a motion here. Commissioner Title.
I move to adopt the definition in question 3.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a second, please? Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the changed language on question 3. Thank you very much. Anything else on buffer zones, Madam General Counsel?
No, Chairman.
Okay, well, let's start having some fun on the next topic. Okay, in this one, as opposed to what I asked you to do on the previous one, Madam General Counsel, I would like you to go through all the questions here, just because I think that I want everybody to understand that there are issues that will have to be addressed based upon what decisions are made on previous questions on this list. So if you could just walk through the entire list of questions on this, and then we'll come back and deal with the questions one at a time. Is that okay, General Counsel?
Will do, Chairman. So this next topic concerns delivery licensees' ability to wholesale and warehouse. The first question is whether delivery licensees should be allowed to wholesale. The second question is, if the answer to question 1 is yes, should the licensee also be required to warehouse? The third question is, should the commission preserve the current courier model for delivery licensees? If yes, the following questions should be considered. 1, should the delivery licensee that is a courier be allowed to warehouse? 2, should the commission establish 2 different license types? 1, a courier, and 2, a courier and wholesaler, which is allowed to warehouse. The last question, if delivery licensees are permitted to engage in wholesaling activities, consider how delivery operators will comply with regulatory requirements, and examples are provided here, and whether delivery licensees should be limited to the type of, thank you, to the type of products they can deliver. And so that's the 4 questions under consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is obviously a topic that we heard an enormous amount in our public hearings, in the public comment period, as well as from the advisory board. I think this is complicated, but quite important. And I do thank you, General Counsel, for the way you've struck this. I think this is the right way to start, which is should we consider allowing delivery licensees to wholesale, and then we can get into implications if we so choose. But let's start with that question.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
Can I make a brief statement?
Sure, please.
With regards to delivery licenses, and the whole issue of wholesaling and warehousing and having 1 versus 2 people in the car and the whole issue, I just want to say up front that I think that the decisions that we make today are going to have a lasting effect on how businesses operate in Massachusetts. I know I'm the only one on the commission that voted no for delivery. I still think it's too early for delivery, but having lost that vote, I'm willing to work with people to try to get to where we want to be. But I also think it's important to note that in the conversations that I've had with people through the public comment process, there are 2 glaring effects here. One is the barrier to entry, and that's why delivery sort of was created, because it was a lower barrier to entry. But at the second issue also was the sustainability of a profitable business, and that people want to engage in profitable businesses here in Massachusetts. So while we're about to make some difficult decisions, some may mean that we've raised that barrier to entry, and that's not going to be what some people intended. But others decisions that we make, if we don't do that, then we're not really providing for a sustainable business for people to have in Massachusetts. So I just really want people to understand that I know that, and I know the decisions that we're about to make are difficult. And I'm hoping that this is the last round of regulations that we do for a while, so this industry can just start to settle and mature and get in place. But it's not lost on me that the difficult decisions we have to make could be seen as something other than what the public has wanted.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Flanagan. Let me just address one of the points that you just made, which is also my desire and intent to take a while before the next round of regulations. So I agree with and appreciate your thoughts on that subject. Commissioners Title and McBride, care to weigh in on this question? Commissioner McBride.
So, piggybacking on what Commissioner Flanagan just said, it should not be lost that a significant reason for the commission voting to allow the authorization of allowing delivery was to create an avenue that is a lower barrier to entry. And I think that, we can all reflect back on those conversations last year. It's an understatement to say that it's a difficult thing to do in this industry, to create avenues with low barriers to entry and also balance what the obligations that we have as a commission to ensure that we are promoting security, we're promoting responsibility, and that we are striking the right balance so that whatever we do takes into consideration not just what an entrepreneur who rightfully wants to be successful in their endeavor, not just what they want to do, but also how that fits into the fabric of all of the regulations and everything that we are doing. And so this round of public comments was so interesting because I think that the feedback that we got really highlighted many of those tensions. Mm-hmm. And it in a lot of ways, I was very surprised by, some of the feedback that we received. Some of it, was feedback that I had heard previously, but it was sort of put into context for me. And that I am so appreciative of the people that gave that feedback because it has been just, it really has been almost a refreshing to have those conversations. But what has really been made very clear to me here is that we have decisions that we are going to make and that we're being asked to consider that will fundamentally change that ability, right? That barrier. I mean, it will change that. And I think that what I've heard over the course of this public comment period is that there's maybe a bit more tolerance for that than I had anticipated. And that's not to say that there are not businesses that obviously everyone wants to be able to operate their business with the lowest overhead possible and generate the most revenue that they can. But I think that we need to be thinking about this through the lens of, yes, we know what businesses want. I understand that, but we really need to also be thinking very clearly about what we as a commission want for this to look like. And those two things don't need to be mutually exclusive, but it does require us to, I think very differently about maybe how we had been thinking about this previously, if some of these elements are ultimately adopted.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Title?
I don't think I'm in disagreement with anything that has been said. Those are all good points. I guess the only thing I would add or even echo is that the affected businesses who would be impacted by these regulations and these changes were very thoughtful, I thought, and compelling in the ways that they were totally authentic in what they presented, and they had really done the work to see the impact of this regulation to the best of their ability. And I think it's clear we've all taken that feedback really seriously. So I just wanted to compliment them on that.
Okay, yeah, I agree with everything that's been said as well. I do want to make sure that the understanding is that we heard a lot about how wholesaling should be allowed. We heard a lot about the current model being the right model, and we're obviously not taking votes and counting votes, but I do want to make sure that it's clear on the record that we heard compelling, thoughtful pleas on both sides of the question about allowing warehousing, and I think that just underscores what all the commissioners said about the importance and difficulty of this decision. So that being said, unless there's any other comments, should we take up question 1 and ask for a motion? Are there any additional comments before I ask for such a motion? Okay. Can I ask, please, Commissioner Title, would you be willing to make a motion on this?
I have one question, sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
Shouldn't we take up question 4 before we take up question 1?
Well, we can do it either way. This is my suggestion about going in this sequence. We clearly, if we are going to allow wholesaling, it's obvious that we have to come up with the appropriate regulatory requirements.
Okay.
So I think if it's okay, let's go in this order. But I absolutely understand that we're not going to do this without making sure that we develop the appropriate regulatory requirements with respect to security, access, and other things, labeling, other things discussed here. So could I ask then, please, for a motion on question 1?
Could I just ask the general counsel to define wholesale in this question, just for the benefit of the public, to make sure everyone's on the same page?
Absolutely, Commissioner Title. So my understanding of wholesaling in this context would allow delivery licensees to buy from cultivators, marijuana product manufacturers, and not just retailers.
So I would like to move to allow delivery licensees to wholesale.
Thank you, Commissioner Title. Could I have a second of that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the motion on question 1. Question 2 now is relevant, since we did answer yes to question 1, which is that if we are allowing wholesaling, are we going to require warehousing for those licensees? And if it's okay, Commissioner McBride, would you address that, or at least start the conversation on that?
I believe that if we allow wholesaling, that warehousing must be a requirement, and the reason for that is fairly straightforward. Last week during the joint CAB-CCC meeting, we talked a lot about this model, about the existing model, and what a wholesale model would look like. And one of the points that was made, and this makes utter sense to me, is that wholesaling, allowing for wholesaling, you're talking about volume, and that ultimately that volume is such that it would require warehousing. In a lot of ways, one of the criticisms that we have received about the existing model is that it's not feasible to be doing trips where you have to return things, right? Going back and forth creates a burden to operators. So if we are allowing wholesale, which to me speaks to a volume of product, I think it is absolutely necessary that warehousing be required. Now, I don't know what the definition of warehouse or warehousing would be or should be. I would strongly suggest that it's not merely locking it in a lockbox in a vehicle overnight. That's not warehousing. So this is one of those elements where there is overhead to this, and we'll get into this in question 4 when we get there, but there are operational components to this that will be required. But I think that if warehousing is, if wholesale is something that we are going to allow, then warehousing must be an element of that.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Any comments on that before I ask for a motion? Commissioner Title?
This is not a hill that I would die on by any means, but I would expect this to be allowed to warehouse instead of required to warehouse, just because I could potentially conceive of a business model that doesn't involve volume, where you or doesn't involve high volume, where potentially you're just purchasing from, say, one cultivator or manufacturer and then delivering those products. So just for that reason, I don't see why it needs to be a requirement. But again, I'm open to being persuaded otherwise.
Commissioner McBride, you want to respond, or should I ask Commissioner Fleming? I have an opinion on that, but Commissioner McBride, do you have a response to that?
Mr. Chair, I'd be interested in hearing your opinion on it.
My opinion on it is that if you store, you have to warehouse it. If you don't sell everything that you pick up on the trip, you have to warehouse. So I support your suggestion that warehousing is required. Clearly, if you have a business model that does not, you don't have any excess at the end of the day, then I think we can put an exception in there. But if there's any product that is not delivered the same day it's picked up from wherever you're purchasing it, whether it's the wholesaler or the cultivator, you have to warehouse, in my opinion. So I support your idea, but I do think, as I said, there probably is a model where you never have any inventory, and obviously if you never have any inventory, you don't need a warehouse. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but I think we could construct language to that effect, that if you're storing at any point in time, you need a warehouse with all the appropriate security protocol in place.
If I may add, I think the difficulty here is that it's not, there are scenarios that are sort of in the middle, right? And that one of the things that we as a commission need to be thinking about is the compliance and how we carry out compliance, and our ability to do so, and what is going to be a model that we can ensure compliance with, and not make it necessarily easy on our our investigations and enforcement team, but at least make it more feasible than not, that they can do the job that we ask them to do. And so one of the questions I have is that if we are not succinct in the way that we are defining and the parameters that we are setting up here, that if you can't return one an eighth, right, to someone at the end of the day, is that warehousing? Well, no, I mean, that's not warehousing, but also, are we then comfortable if you can't return that, eighth, that's one thing. What do we do, and how do we set that up so that it's compliant, right? But then, and maybe that is in an area where people go, it's not that big of a deal. But then, what if there are multiple occasions like that? And so, I guess my point here is that defining the parameters here are going to be exceedingly important, which is why I advocate for, if we are allowing for wholesale, that warehousing is going to have to be a requirement, and that we are going to have to very clearly define what that means. And if you don't fall into a model where that is what you are doing, then you're in a different model, and that's not the license type that you should have.
No, yeah, you're making a very valid point, and I think the practicality of enforcement is an incredibly important issue. So I appreciate you raising that, and as I said, it's pretty compelling. Mr. Executive Director, could I ask you to weigh in from an enforcement standpoint? And anything else on this topic as well, Mr. Executive Director, but specifically on that question?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's an important question, and we rely heavily on our seed to sale tracking capability, and knowing that the transfer of inventory is largely governed or managed through a manifest. Here, that manifest, I think, would be necessarily fluid, which does pose a challenge as far as if product cannot be delivered to an end consumer or patient, in this context on the adult use side of consumer, where it returns to, and knowing that in the courier model, it serves as the retailer's sale. If in the context of a wholesale transfer, the delivery model, the delivery licensee would be taking custody and possession of that inventory. And so I think it's something we're going to have to develop, I think, a pretty strong SOP around this, but also work collaboratively with licensees and Metric, our seed to sale vendor, to make sure that we have the ability at the end of day, end of month, or any time, frankly, to audit that information for any risk that might be posed by that inventory not being returned or properly stored and located. Also on the element of security protocols is that transfers be done and inventoried over on camera. So having a physical location is pretty critical for that purpose as well, and our ability to audit that information too. So this is going to be, I guess I would caution that any decision today is going to take some time to implement, and we have to be very thoughtful about it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
this is sort of a, I don't know, ridiculous question, because just thinking of business models, but the question one says, should licensees be allowed to wholesale? So to me, coming from the legislator, it's may versus shall, right? Are we allowing them? Are we forcing them? Are we going to allow different models for licensees, like some that may want to wholesale and others that don't want to wholesale? Like, because for me, this is going to be very confusing to people and very, I guess, way too competitive for people who may not want to do that.
Right.
And it would place an unfair advantage to those who do want to wholesale, who may have the financing. So I guess for me, this whole issue is contingent upon wordsmithing. Like, you know, are they going to be allowed to, or are they going to be forced to?
So I think, thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Question 3, I think, gets into exactly that. Maybe we should quickly get into that, which is, are we going to, essentially, are we going to allow 2 different types of delivery licenses? One that is a wholesale, and depending on the vote on question 2, a wholesale warehouse model, and the second, which is a courier only model. Or we're going to have only one. So I think depending on whether we are authorizing a second category of license or not, then it changes from allowed to or required to, based upon the outcome of that discussion. But I think that is question 3.
Because I mean, for me, I'm not naive enough to think that if we allow both models, those that don't warehouse are going to be less successful, and that's just going to come down to competition in the market. I'm not going to set people up to fail. I just don't think that's fair. I don't think that feeding into that narrative helps. So for me, it's got to be one or the other, because I would hate to see someone who says, I can't afford to wholesale and warehouse and do the security plans, but I'm going to try to get into the business anyway, and then compete. And all of a sudden your delivery fees are through the roof because you can't compete with someone who was financed. So that's my concern for people going into this business.
Yep. No, I think it's quite.
Which is, again, is why I think this is too soon.
I think your points are quite legitimate, and I think they're really complicated, but I appreciate your comments, and I share your concerns. So can we just focus first on question 2, which is that if we are going to allow wholesaling, are we going to require warehousing to be part of that license? And then we'll come to the question that I think Commissioner Flanagan was teasing, which is, should we allow both kinds of licenses or not? But let's try to do this sequentially, because I think the structure actually makes it easier to have a structured conversation. So can we stick with the requirement to warehouse if wholesaling is allowed? Commissioner McBride, any comments after the Commissioner, after Executive Director's comments? Any additional comments?
I have my only additional comment is not really an additional comment. It's reiterating what part of what I've said previously, which is I think this is complicated and complex. It is not easy, and I think that we have to think about all of the pieces. This is, this needs to be looked at as a complete picture. And, as a commission, what do we want for this to look like, and what are our obligations to, how are we going to balance our obligations? So my answer on this is that if we are allowing wholesale, we absolutely have to require warehousing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tittle, you have anything you said this was not a hill you wanted to die on or were willing to die, if I remember what you said. But
I did say that. I have two brief points. So one is just, I think the sequential way we're doing this makes sense, but I do just need to briefly address that as I support this, it's because I also support keeping the courier model for those who want it. And I have to preview a future topic, which is that I believe the courier model should involve us scaling back some of the requirements for that model in order for it to be competitive and sustainable. And then on this topic, I am going to support it because I defer to Commissioner McBride's advocacy and understanding for it being necessary for compliance.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, anything else before I ask for a motion on this?
No, not at this time.
And Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion then on question 2?
I move that delivery licensees who wholesale shall also be required to warehouse, and that be included in our regulations as a requirement.
Thank you. Could I have a second on that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. Question 3, I'm not quite sure I understand exactly the wording here. To me, this is pretty simple, which is, do we have only one license or do we have 2 license types for delivery? I'm going to start the conversation off for whatever it's worth, which is that I have very much the same concerns that Commissioner Flanagan just articulated, that if we allow for wholesaling and require warehousing, as we just agreed, that it's going to be difficult. First of all, that will substantially raise the capital requirements to get into the business, no question. 2 is, if we do allow a courier-only model to compete against a wholesale warehouse model, I do worry about the ability of the courier model to compete effectively in the marketplace. That being said, in the public comment period, I heard from a number of people that supported the courier-only model. That's what they wanted to do. They liked the fact that it was a low capital requirement model, and they felt that they could compete with wholesaling and warehousing. And it was pretty convincing to me. So I kind of have changed my perspective on this over the last month as I've listened to people and gotten input. I do believe we should allow for both models, and the warehousing model exists. It requires wholesale. The wholesaling model exists. It requires warehousing. But if you want to find a lower cost way to participate in the business, then the current model is available. I agree with the point that Commissioner Tittle made a few seconds ago, that if we do go with 2 models, including a courier-only model, we need to be really thoughtful about what the operational requirements are for the courier model. To reflect the fact that they're not storing inventory and to keep the capital costs as low as possible. So I'd like thoughts and comments on what I just said on this topic, if I could. Commissioner McBride?
So I agree with you, Mr. Chair, and I think that I got to the same place that you are on it. So my feeling on this, however, does not discount the point that Commissioner Flanagan made, which is that this is, you're said that this is a competition, right? I mean, they're going to be competitive benefits to adopting a model that is going to allow for wholesaling and warehousing, even among the different delivery models. But that being said, we've had this conversation many, many times over the past 3 years, what our appropriate role is, right, as an agency. And I'm going to stand by my assertion that our appropriate role is to regulate here and to create, and use our authority to allow for things. But at the end of the day, people are going to decide what path is right for them. So here, I would say that we keep both models, that we keep the courier model, we introduce the wholesale model, and let people decide what is going to work well for them, provide that pathway, and then see what happens.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Any other, Commissioner Title, Commissioner Flanagan, comments? Commissioner Title, excuse me.
I completely agree with both of you. I also went through the same process, probably based on similar feedback. It was just entirely convincing to me, even though it was a small number, that applicants said, we have been relying on this model since they were published, and I have a business model, why would you take it away from me? That was just completely convincing. I still question whether the model as written is sustainable, which is why I really hope we'll seriously consider scaling back some of the requirements, but ultimately not our place to tell people, no, you can't move forward if that's what you want to do, and that's what's in our regulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, any thoughts?
I agree. I mean, I'm not trying to play big brother. I'm not trying to say one is better than the other. I think having listened to both sides, people do want to enter this market. As Commissioner Title said, some people have been waiting since our inception for delivery licenses in a model that they think is what is going to work for them. Having said that, I do really agree with Commissioner McBride in that we are regulators. Our job is to create regulations to stand up this legalized industry in Massachusetts, and then people have an option to participate or not. They have an option to follow our regulations or not. I don't think it needs to be the other way around where we constantly change things because the public has problems with them. These regulations are going to withstand hopefully years, and people are going to be able to have sustainable businesses that create some equity for their families. And so I think that we should do both delivery types, knowing full well it's probably going to be unfair depending on which model you choose and where you are in the state. But again, that's a business decision that people need to make for themselves and not one that this commission can make for them.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Flanagan. Just back to Commissioner Title for a second. The operational requirements for courier-only delivery model, if we go forward as we're discussing, is on the agenda, I think, in topic 8. So we will explicitly get to the concern that you raised. So I think we're ready for a motion, and the motion, I think, is to allow for both a courier and a wholesale/warehouse delivery model. So to essentially keep our current delivery model and add a warehousing wholesaling model. Could I get such a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Title.
Sorry, I just wanted to make a note. I don't think this affects the motion, but I don't think we should be referring to this as a wholesaler because I think they're more like a retailer.
Do you have a suggested alternative?
No, I just wanted to make a note. I think we can move forward.
We'll figure that out. But I recognize your point. I mean, go ahead. So could I ask then for a motion though, along the ones I just requested?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Commissioner McBride, were you about to make that motion?
I was going to say so moved, or I guess ask if there needed to be anything more.
No, I think so. So moved works for me.
Okay.
Could I get a second?
Second.
Let's record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you very much. Okay, question 4. So we have decided that we will permit a certain category of licensee to engage in wholesaling. And then the question is to consider how delivery operators will comply with regulatory requirements, and whether delivery licenses should be limited in the type of product they can deliver. Can I ask one of my fellow commissioners to speak to this? It sounds like we have two questions here rather than one, but I mean, clearly, it seems clear to me that we do have to make that, they do have to comply with regulatory requirements, not just with respect to labeling, but with respect to security and all the other regulatory requirements that we place on anybody that possesses the product. Commissioner McBride, you're nodding your head. Is that your perspective as well?
I agree with all you just said.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, let me, before I ask for a motion on Commissioner's Title or Flanagan, any comments on this?
If they want to participate in this model, then they have to comply with the regulations.
Yep. Seems pretty straightforward. Commissioner Title?
The first part seems straightforward. What is the motion with regard to whether delivery licenses should be limited in the type of product they can deliver?
So, as I said, I think there are two questions here put together. So I think you're absolutely, let's separate the two. And so let's come back to whether there should be any limitation on product and just talk about the fact that it sounds like we have a strong consensus, which will take a motion and a vote on, that if we're allowing for wholesaling and warehousing, they need to, the licensee needs to comply with all the regulatory requirements of anybody else that possesses the product. Is that a fair articulation, Commissioner McBride, of?
Yes, I actually think the question 4 probably should be bifurcated.
Yes.
Which is what you're suggesting, right, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
So I think that it should be bifurcated, and that perhaps the first motion is what you just said, and then there's a second piece of it, which is B, right, question 4B, which is whether delivery licensees should be limited in the type of product they can deliver. I would also actually, not to further confuse things, but add to that whether there should be limits on the amount of product that they can deliver, such that we establish a tiered system, like innovation.
Okay, so let's come back to the second part of it, and just the motion on the first part. If I could get you to move, or somebody to move on the language. First of all, I'm sorry, General Counsel. Based upon what I said and what Commissioner McBride just forwarded, do you feel like that's specific enough that legal will have the guidance necessary to draft regulations consistent with the motion that I'm about to ask for?
I think so, Chair.
Great. Then could I ask somebody to make a motion on the language that I just articulated?
I will move.
Go ahead.
So move that delivery licensees who are permitted to engage in a wholesaler warehousing model, or however we define that, also be required to comply with all operational requirements of the regulations.
Great. Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you very much. So do we have two subsequent questions or one? Because I heard, the specific language here in question 4, part B, is whether delivery licenses should be limited in the type of product they can deliver. But I also heard Commissioner McBride suggest that we might want to discuss whether we should put limits on the amount that they can deliver, or tier it in some respect, if I heard you correctly, Commissioner McBride.
I think that's correct. And so I think they're actually two, I think they should probably be two separate questions.
Okay.
I would be happy to kick off the discussion about the type of product that they can deliver.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead. So I think that after hearing from the CAB at our joint meeting last week, I initially raised some concerns about this, and I think that I received there was good conversation around this. And so I don't know that there needs to be limits on the product that they can deliver.
I'm sorry, say it again. You do not believe?
I don't think that there needs, I think that as long as they are able to comply and are complying with our operational requirements, there don't need to be limits on the products that they can deliver.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan or Title? Commissioner Title?
So,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
so Commissioner McBride, I had someone that approached me, I don't know, last year about a subscription box. And they want to essentially create this box, sort of like many of the consumer boxes that are out there now with different types of products and things like that. Would that then be allowed under this provision? Only because if we say there's no limitation, then they wholesale the marijuana product, they then go back and put together this other non-infused products, and there's a subscription box.
My view on that is, and I think the driving concern for me there it was largely around things like food safety and shelf stability, and also what our role is as a commission, and essentially turning our inspectors and investigators, or our compliance staff, into sort of these behemoth investigators, right? Kind of diving into areas that aren't necessarily their expertise, and requiring them to make calls about food safety products and other things where there might be overlapping jurisdiction. But I think that if that piece of it can be resolved, then I think that that model is workable.
Okay, because we obviously wouldn't be responsible for the other part of it. It's the infused products part of it, but.
And so it may be limiting.
Okay.
Limiting in some way the types of products that can be included in that type of environment.
Okay.
Thanks. Commissioner Title, any comments?
I think that the motion we just passed incorporates all of the concerns that I would have here already. So if a licensee doesn't have they only have the ability to meet the requirements, say for shelf-stable, pre-packaged items, then that's what they should be delivering. But if they are able to comply with the requirements for other types of products, then that's what they should be able to deliver. I think it's kind of up to them as long as they comply. I do have one question that I believe is relevant, which is that our current draft that we're currently discussing has a new definition for repackaging, and it allows retailers to repackage. I would like for delivery licensees who are wholesaling and warehousing to be able to repackage under that same definition if they follow the same requirements. And I think that's relevant here, so I just wanted to bring that up.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that is relevant. I actually do think we need a motion on that, because that would be required to be added into the regulations.
So
Go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
if we're going to start to consider sort of streamlining the regs and allowing for delivery to do certain things that retailers do, are retailers now going to be allowed to sell whatever they want in the store besides marijuana products? Because I mean, we talked about ancillary items, we talked about the promotional items, so now people are going to want to sell, the t-shirts and the cups and the mugs, whatever. But are we going to allow them to sell anything now? Are these dispensaries going to become stores? Because if we're allowing delivery to deliver whatever, then retailers are going to have a pretty good argument that they should be allowed to sell whatever they want.
I think that when we talk about, it's sort of that catch-all of whatever, right? And that's sort of what the conversation that you and I just had was, right? Like, it's about, well, where are the limits of our jurisdiction? We shouldn't be turning our inspections, and our investigations, our enforcement staff into Uber inspectors, inspecting for every possibility. That being said, or every possibility that's outside of our jurisdiction as a Cannabis Commission. That being said, I think that it is only fair that if what we allow on one side, we need to allow on the other side. And that has been that has been sort of the nub of the argument when we've been talking about expanding different models. And so I would assert that, I think that we do need to be allowing for retailers to be engaging in the same type of activity. I think that is only fair, but I would also assert that I think there do need to be limits on what can be sold, because marijuana establishments, marijuana retailers shouldn't be grocery stores.
Right. But we have those limits in place currently, and I totally agree that whatever limits are in place for retailers, they have to be in place for the wholesalers. We can, over time, if we so choose, change those limits, but they have to be the same in both cases, in my opinion. So I think you and I are saying the same thing, if I'm correct, Commissioner McBride?
I think that's right.
So I probably would, just for clarity, I probably would like a motion just saying that we're going to require wholesalers and wholesale delivery licensees to adhere to the same product limitation as exists for retailers. And I think that requires a motion and a vote. But before I ask for such, any questions or comments on what I just proposed? Commissioner Title.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that some of the revisions we made about what delivery licensees could sell in terms of, I think, promotional materials, I thought that was specific just to this license type.
I thought it was also dispensaries.
Okay, that might be my mistake. Just a second.
I could be wrong.
General Counsel.
Chairman, could you repeat that question, please?
Well, the context is we're having a conversation where I think that the general consensus, although we'll take a motion and vote on it, but I believe the general consensus is that whatever restrictions we place on retailers with respect to the products that they can sell, they have to be the same restrictions for the wholesale delivery model that we just voted on to authorize. Commissioner Title's recollection, and I think she might be right, is that when we first approved the delivery model, the courier delivery model, we expanded the number of items, non-marijuana items, that they could sell, and that expansion exceeded what retailers are allowed to sell. Is that correct?
Well, I know, let me say this, Chairman, I know that the capacity of the delivery licensee's vehicle is $10,000. I would have to check to see if we've expanded the amount of other items. I think that is accurate, that we did create some opportunities for delivery licensees that were not otherwise available to retailers.
Yeah. I think the logic there, if I can recall, the logic was that we were concerned about the viability of the courier model, and we were trying to make it more compelling by allowing them to sell some additional products. So I think that's just a conversation. Go ahead, Commissioner McBride.
I think the specific question is whether branded materials, or that there's a phrase, that there's a definitional phrase that we've adopted, is carried over into the advertising, marketing, and branding regulations that would allow it for all licensees. So I think it's a fairly simple question. Did we carry that over? But that being said, off the top of my mind, I can't recollect. So maybe we could take a second and look for that.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Actually, I was thinking about a break in any case. So it's what is it, 11:39? Could we take a 15-minute break and dig into this matter a little bit so we can have a more informed conversation? Commissioner Title?
Can I just clarify one thing before
Sure.
we take the break to dig in?
Sure.
So based on my recollection and the conversation just now of our intent, I would think that our intent now is to allow, to the extent that we allow delivery-only licenses to sell certain promotional products that other licensees would not be able to, I think now we would carry that forward only to courier licenses?
I think that's absolutely consistent with the why we did that in the first place when we only had a courier model. Now that we have other models, restricting to the current model, to me makes sense. We need to discuss and vote on that. But I think that philosophically, I'm completely aligned with what you just said, Commissioner Title.
Okay.
So can we take, it's 11:40. I'm going to propose a 15-minute break, which means we'll come back at 11:55. And Madam General Counsel, can you just get us clarity on this issue we were just discussing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we are in recess until 11:55. Thank you.
Chairman, I sent you a chat.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah. I did not see it. I'm sorry. On what medium did you send me the chat? General Counsel, on what medium did you send that? I haven't seen it.
So I sent it in the regular chat function. I can explain to you what I just indicated quickly, if that's helpful.
We are live, you know.
Okay.
So can you just, is it okay? I'll just ask you at the beginning when we reconvene. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you. There is background noise. If people could mute their mics if they're not speaking, that'd be great. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Title, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Yep.
Commissioner McBride?
Yes.
Okay, so it is 11:55 a.m. We are back in session. General Counsel, you had done some looking into the issue we were just talking about, so could you brief us, please, on what you've learned?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. So our conclusion is under the current draft regulations, the definition of branded goods is broad, but the regulations itself appear to limit branded goods to MEs with a delivery endorsement and delivery licensees.
Okay. Thank you. So, Commissioner McBride or Commissioner Title, based upon on that, is there any thought about a motion that would either restrict delivery licenses to the same product categories as retailers, or to allow, as we were, I think, just discussing before the break, perhaps let couriers have that expanded product category, but not allow wholesale retailers to do anything other than what retailers are allowed to do? Wholesale warehouses, excuse me. Go ahead, Commissioner McBride.
So I think it's actually that the wholesalers would be the. So let me step back from this.
Sure.
My view on this is that all of our licensees should be able to operate in the same way. Therefore, to the extent that there are restrictions on things like branded goods, I would suggest that we expand that so that it applies to all licensees, and to the extent that we are talking about allowing for there to be product types that are outside of marijuana products, but that would be included in something akin to a subscription box. I think if we do that, then we need to make it so that it is that is fair across all our categories of licensees that engage in that type of activity, i.e. retailers. So I would put that out there for discussion.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Any comments on that? I have one, but go ahead, Commissioner Tuttle or Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan.
I think it's important that, you know, delivery to me is just another license. It's not something special. It's not something specific. To me, it can be equated to a craft cooperative. It's just it's a different type of license, but nonetheless, it's still one of the many types that we have. Having said that, I think as has been said, we're allowing branded goods to be sold. That's in our draft regulations, and I think that anything that the delivery license is able to deliver or sell, then retail should be the same. So, and I personally think we should limit it to the branded products.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tuttle?
So I think the delivery license is special, and so is the craft co-op, both because of both of them are because of the population that we're trying to reach, and the mandates that we're trying to meet by encouraging co-ops, social equity participants, and economic empowerment applicants who are now delivery licensees. So I really liked what I thought was our original intent, which was to make the branded goods kind of a special innovation for the delivery only licenses. So I think it would be a good idea to keep that for couriers, because couriers are now in a unique situation where all they're doing is going from one retailer to the consumer. And so I thought this was our rationale before, and I like it. I think we should also allow them the opportunity to sell branded goods.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Tuttle in that, particularly in the context of some of the comments that Commissioner Flanagan made, that I certainly agree with, about the difficulty that couriers might have competing with wholesalers, that giving them a little bit of help in terms of allowing them to sell a broader range of products, to me, helps accomplish the purpose of keeping a license category that has a low capital requirement for entry, and doing something to make them potentially more viable in what I think Commissioner McBride said, and I agree, is going to be a very competitive marketplace.
Could I suggest something?
Please go ahead.
I definitely take and appreciate the point that our standards should be consistent across license types. I think it's just that I'm seeing this now as somewhat similar to the reason we have exclusivity. So I wonder if anyone would be open to the idea of keeping this for couriers for now, but having the intent that once the exclusivity period ends, all retailers would be able to sell branded goods.
Thank you, Commissioner Tuttle. Any comments on that? I support that for whatever it's worth. I think that's a great idea. But like other comments, Commissioner McBride?
I don't agree that we should say that in whatever, you know, the time period right now, it's 2 years, but we know whatever happens with the exclusivity period, that's
the next topic, by the way. Go ahead.
Well, we should be tying other licensees' hands with regard to marketing for a period of time when we don't. I mean, that to me it just feels a little. You know, as we have talked about previously, I think we're trying to march forward to allow for there to be an opening of marketing, you know, in a responsible fashion. I think it's putting the cart before the horse to say that, you know, we're going to say in a certain period of time, number of years, then you're going to be able to advertise in that way. So
what do you suggest? What are you suggesting? Alternatively, you're going back to your original suggestion that we just have the same restrictions across all license types with respect to merchandise?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Commissioner Flanagan, do you have a?
Or I guess it would be, it's, I don't know if it's the same restrictions. I guess I'm saying that if we allow it, look, the reason that not surprisingly, we're engaging in conversations here that are in some way, in many ways, expansions of our, you know, what we originally put out as draft regulations, right? I mean, we're expanding on those topics and those conversations. And so I don't disagree that, you know, initially initially when the delivery license was drafted, putting in the branded goods here, that was the idea that my drafting group came up with. And I think that there is an argument to be made for it being a benefit there, but as we're now making, other modifications across different license categories, my thinking on it is that we should just make it fair and allow for that advertising to happen across all categories of licensees, especially because now we're talking about getting into other things like, other types of products that are delivered. And so I would advocate for us to think about this a bit more expansively.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, do you have any thoughts on this?
Not additional thoughts, no.
Okay. I think probably it's we should get into a motion on this. And Commissioner McBride, would you mind making such a motion? Did somebody sigh real heavily because I asked them to make a motion?
I'm trying to figure out how to say this. So I don't know how to say this. Where are we right now? I don't know.
Let me tell you what I think where we're at, which is that I think you have suggested that we make our branding and advertising merchandise that we previously approved for delivery only, available to all categories of licenses. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
So that would be the motion that I would ask you to make, that we could take a vote on.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tidal? Thanks.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna vote yes. So let the record show the commission approved the motion by a vote of 3 in favor. Commissioners McBride, Flanagan, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Tidal voting no. Thank you. Let's move on. I think we're done. Madam General Counsel, are we done with topic 5?
Chairman, if I could, I just want to summarize the votes on this topic.
Yes, I think, I can do that, I think, pretty quickly, which is on question 1, we unanimously decided that we will allow wholesaling for delivery licensees. On question 2, we unanimously agreed that it should require, if you're going to do wholesaling, warehousing is required. Question 3, unanimously, we decided that we would authorize 2 categories of licenses for delivery. 1, the current courier model. And we explicitly said we were going to talk about operational requirements for the courier model later on in today's meeting, but we would allow 2 delivery models, the courier model and a wholesaling warehousing model. That was also a unanimous vote. And then by a vote of 3-1, we agreed that the marketing and branding items that we previously authorized delivery only licensees to sell, we would allow all categories of licensees to sell. So those are I think those are the 4 votes we took on this page. Did I get that correct? Anybody, did I misstate anything? Commissioner Tidal?
Was that last vote all categories of licenses or all retailers?
Retailers, I thought.
I thought, fair enough. I think retailers is what I intended to say. Commissioner McBride, you actually made the motion, even though you just said so moved, but can I defer to you?
I believe that retailers is what was intended. If we need to re-vote that, then we should revote it. But I think that was the intent.
I think that was certainly my intent. Commissioner, or excuse me, General Counsel, do you think we need to take another vote on that, just to be clear?
Yes, Chairman, I would appreciate that. The other point of clarification is whether that vote was limited to a certain quantity of products.
We have not talked about quantity of products, so that is another topic that we need to get into. I'm sorry. So there is one more topic on topic 5 that we need to get into. So the specific motion, which I will ask Commissioner McBride to remake, is that branded and promotional materials that we have previously authorized only for delivery only licensees to sell retailers will be authorized to sell as well. So can I have such a motion? I'm sorry.
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. So thank you very much, General Counsel, for reminding me that we had one more thing to cover here, which is the topic of limitation in terms of the quantity of deliveries. Commissioner McBride, I'm going to ask you again, since I think you raised that, if you could start the conversation off for us.
So I think this goes back to one of the original points that I was trying to make at the beginning of this conversation, is about how we're defining warehousing. And in my mind, the idea of wholesaling is volume, that there's an element of volume there, but what that volume is something that, you know, I think we could talk about. I don't know whether we, you know, my opinion is that this conversation would probably be helpful to have, so that we can try to all be on the same page with what we're thinking when we think about wholesaling and warehousing, and whether we want to be doing something akin to what we do with cultivation, where we're tiering, so that there are there's a particular volume, and therefore the warehousing would look a certain way. And I go back to what I tried to say originally, which is, to me, warehousing isn't, oh, you couldn't deliver, you know, that 8th, so you hold it overnight. That's not warehousing. Right now, under our delivery regulations, that wouldn't be allowed. That product would have to be returned to the retailer. I think that is still how it should be, and largely that's because I think that once we kind of start to talk about, well, de minimis amounts of, keeping de minimis amounts of product, and then what does that mean, and then what is the compliance around that? And we need to, as a commission, be able to ensure compliance with any regulations that we put out there. So the concept of creating tiers, I think, furthers that conversation about compliance and really what we mean when we say warehousing. I don't have a strong feeling about what those amounts should be, or in fact whether it makes sense for us to even move in that direction. But I think it's something that we should engage in that discussion now and figure out how we feel about it, and make a determination about whether that makes sense at this point or not. Okay,
thank you. Comments or questions on what Commissioner McBride just covered? Commissioner Title?
My only strong feeling here is that we shouldn't have limits on the volume, but if it makes sense to have tiers for compliance reasons, I have no problem with that. I just wanted to briefly raise the repackaging issue again. I don't know if that would be part of this vote or a separate vote, but I just wanted to bring that up again.
Let's take them separately. Commissioner Flanagan, do you have any thoughts on Commissioner McBride's thoughts about tiering? Or this is for wholesaling warehousing?
I agree with the issue of tiering. So I have nothing to add.
Okay, thanks. Can you help me one more time, Commissioner McBride? What is the benefit of tiering here? Would there, the tiering in cultivation, I believe, reflects the fact that both for application as well as for enforcement, our enforcement costs are lower for smaller grows, and therefore we've reduced license and application fees for the lower tiers. Is that the same logic that's behind your thoughts here? Or I just want to make sure I understand kind of what's behind what you're saying.
So I'm open to feedback on what I'm about to say, certainly from the executive director or from others, but I don't believe that we plan on limiting the number of contracts that a delivery licensee could have. we didn't talk about that specifically under the wholesale model, but as an example, we could potentially have a delivery wholesaler or whatever we're going to end up calling that, that is large, right? And that has agreements with many different licensees and is doing a very high volume of wholesaling, and that for us, could potentially like that, where are we focusing our compliance, right? And what's the cost to us, right, of engaging in that compliance? What's the resources that we need to dedicate to someone that maybe is doing a really high volume versus somebody that's doing a lower volume? I think it also goes potentially to thinking about how does this fit into the fabric of different communities and decisions that they're going to be making, right? I really hope that there are municipalities that would be very warm to signing host community agreements with these types of licensees. But I think that I would anticipate part of the conversation is going to be, well, what is this going to look like? What is the volume of your business? And where all of that feeds into the conversations around, okay, how are we zoning this? Where is it put? And all of the other elements that we have talked about over the years of doing this. But I think that this is one more component of just being thoughtful about how we structure this to enable the clearest regulations on this that then can be translated into the host community agreements, the operational pieces, our compliance. So it's trying to think as much as we can kind of down the line to what the questions are gonna be around this. I know because we've already sort of touched upon this with conversations in conversations with folks who are interested in this model, what their business model is going to look like. For many, I think it is going to be there, and rightfully so, right? Maximizing the potential of that model and really trying to, not surprisingly, right, as a business, be as successful as they can and try to do, a high volume. But that isn't going to be the same for some businesses may decide to, remain intentionally small or really sign a limited number of agreements. And so, how are we thinking about how this is going to go into place down the line, and the questions that we're going to be grappling with, both from the host community front, from the regulatory front, from the applicants, certainly, and our own compliance on it.
So, thank you. With respect to the analogy to cultivation, the only difference really in terms of what tier you're in is, as I said, different application fees and annual license fees. So is that what you're suggesting here, that if we were to tier this, that the only all the regulations would be identical other than the application and license fee?
I think, I'm gonna, our CFO Adriana is gonna probably somewhere, she's gonna kill me. I didn't even really think about this from the perspective of the application fees. I really was thinking about this more from the perspective of operationally our compliance and whether it requires more resources from us to do something that's bigger versus smaller. And also on the municipal side, what the response was going to be to, right, engaging with these applicants, and again, hopefully creating a space where there's a lot of engagement with applicants.
Right, but so the municipal response obviously is, I understand your point, and I agree with your point, but it's not something we have control over. But if you're suggesting again that the tiers reflect different compliance costs on our part, which I think is logical, I'm going to ask the executive director in a second to weigh in. Then that does suggest that there should be differences in the license fees, the annual license fees, which are supposed to be reflective of our cost of ensuring compliance. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Executive Director, do you have any thoughts on this topic?
I briefly do. Yeah, I think knowing that we're going to have to work through a lot of these agreements with the courier model back to retailers, I think there absolutely is a compliance effort there that's going to take some time. And it's an ongoing compliance effort as well, I should note, which is the first is to review those agreements to make sure there's no ownership control questions or concerns that relate to it, but then also the ongoing metric compliance to make sure those transfers and manifests are properly managed. And again, in the courier model, that any goods or marijuana products that are not ultimately delivered to the end consumer are properly returned in an accurate way. So certainly the larger the operation, and larger being in this case defined as the volume of arrangements and contracts, is going to just be an ongoing compliance matter for us. So I appreciate that that's a sensitivity that that you're discussing here.
Although if I understood Commissioner McBride correctly, I think she's focused on the wholesale model, not the courier model, with her suggestion of tiering. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in that context, Mr. Executive Director, what are your thoughts?
Well, it feels, I'm sorry, I apologize to the Executive Director. It feels to me like I think the point is that there are several moving pieces on both those fronts, several compliance aspects on both of those fronts, and that that perhaps tiering makes sense because there is going to be, both on the courier model and on the wholesale model, there are going to be compliance.
Yeah, I think that the Executive Director certainly made a case of that on the courier model. I'd like to hear or do you feel the same way, that there's compliance differences on the wholesale model based upon scale?
Again, I think at the outset of the initial application review, I think it's probably the same as far as where you're going to wholesale from. I think it's broader in the wholesale delivery model, whereas the universe of options is certainly expanded. So that initial review, and then the ongoing compliance question on the wholesale model, as you've mandated warehousing as a component, there will just be the inspectional components tied to that as well, which would include ongoing both announced and unannounced inspections and probably inventory audits there as well. So I'd say the initial application is probably is very similar, and okay, where it would differentiate itself would be in that ongoing compliance.
Okay. Commissioner Tittle.
I really appreciate that additional context from Commissioner McBride, because I don't think I quite understood it at first, but now that I do, I'm definitely in favor of a tiering system. I think that that's really something that we need as regulators, and probably municipalities as well, to understand the differences in this business, because you may have a very small business, but some of these may grow quite a bit. And I think there's a common misperception that if you're economic empowerment or social equity, you're necessarily a small business. A lot of them are going to be small, but do you meet 3 of the 6 criteria is the question, or are you from a disproportionately harmed community is the question. Some of them are going to get very large. And so I think it definitely makes sense for all of these reasons, our knowledge, our data collection, disclosure, compliance, that we are able to make that distinction. So I would support a tier system.
Thank you, Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner McBride, we have 11 tiers in cultivation. I'm hoping that that's not what you're advocating for here. What do you feel about essentially a 2-tier, which is a certain threshold that is kind of underneath that threshold, you're kind of a small business. Above that, you're not a small business. Is that philosophically aligned with kind of how you're thinking about this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to plead ignorance here because I don't know the appropriate way to tier these. This is going to be so unhelpful, but 2 tiers feels like too few. 11 feels like too many.
Well, that certainly narrows the options now. Thank you so much. Let me observe that. I think I'm hearing that there's support for tiering. I don't feel like we're in a position to get precise about it today. There's a topic coming up. I'm going to get a little bit ahead of myself. There's a topic coming up, which is receivership. And on receivership, the General Counsel has requested a little more time to deal with that issue, given the complexity of that issue. And so I have agreed with the executive director that we'll put it on the agenda for our regularly scheduled commission meeting on September 10th, so that we have time to talk about it as a commission, vote on it, and then get it embedded into our proposed final regulations on September 24th. One option here, and I'll put it on the table for consideration, is that we do the same thing with, have a motion to approve the concept of tiering, but the specifics, I don't think we're going to get resolved today, but we could put that on the agenda for the 10th. I'd also like to ask the executive director if that's the way we go, whether that's something that he feels we can appropriate the adequate amount of staff time between now and then on. But before I ask you that, Mr. Executive Director, is that directionally okay? Because I don't think we're going to be able to get to precision on how many tiers or how to define those tiers today. Commissioner McBride, what are your thoughts on that?
I agree with that. I don't actually, I agree with that. Yeah.
Other comments, Commissioner Titler, Commissioner Flanagan? Mr. Executive Director, what are your thoughts? I'm willing certainly to be, as helpful as I possibly can in this, but I completely understand this is going to require staff work, which is why I wanted to get your input.
It is, and the only thing I would want to caution is that September 10th is not far away, and this is a new topic that we haven't dug in too deeply on. At the same time, I think we're creating something here. I don't think there's a lot of models to look to around tiering of delivery licenses, but that would be my first step, would be to dig into that across the country of any states that have a similar model, which to be perfectly candid here, I'm not aware of any that are similarly situated. So that'll be the first step.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for your input and honesty. We're going to have a call, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, with yourself, the legal staff, and myself. I think it's scheduled for Tuesday to kind of lay out the rest of the schedule and see whether September 24th still works. So I think at that point, let's take this up. And if we can get it done for the 10th, that's great. If not, we'll adjust appropriately to get it so that we can discuss it in time to put it into the final regulations whenever that meeting actually occurs. So rather than asking for a commitment that it can be done by the 10th, why don't you think about it? We'll talk about it on Tuesday, and we'll make the appropriate adjustments. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Since I sort of dropped this out there, I also would like to make myself available for any assistance that might be needed in trying to figure out how to appropriately structure this so that we can, to try to minimize staff that already has a lot on their plate, minimize staff time, but also try to get it ready to be able to take it up in September.
Okay, I won't speak for the executive director, but I'd be surprised if he didn't take you up on your offer, Commissioner McBride. So could we have then I guess since we're not finalizing this, we've just agreed to do a little bit more work, and at some point when that work is complete to revisit this. I would believe we don't need a vote or a motion or a vote right now. We're not approving tiering. We've agreed philosophically we're going to try to, but the specifics have yet to be determined, and whenever they're determined and we're at our public meeting, we will take this up, vote on it. Commissioner or General Counsel, is there any issue? I just don't see the need or benefit of taking a vote right now.
I would agree, Chairman.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are we now done with topic 5? Commissioner Title. Oh yes, you have your repackaging, right?
Thank you. Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Let me just put out there too that the reason I brought up repackaging as relevant to the tiers is because I think it is a different type of business if you are just delivering versus if you're repackaging and selling branded goods and what other activities might be out there. So I'll just put that out there as we're considering this for the future. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion that delivery licensees who wholesale and warehouse be allowed to repackage.
Before I ask for a second on that motion, are there any questions or comments? Clarification? Okay. Thank you. Then could I have a second, please? On
Right.
I'm sorry.
I apologize. Could I just ask a question on it?
Please, please.
By repackaging, I'm presuming that we're meaning that they're going to be able to own, or are we talking about labeling?
It froze for me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you've frozen, Commissioner McBride. Maybe you should go. Why don't you shut off your video for a second, see if that helps.
Are we talking about white labeling? Is that what this is talking about?
Commissioner McBride, Commissioner Tuttle?
I think there's different definitions of white labeling, so I would just refer to our definition of repackaging.
Okay.
Any other questions before I ask for a second on Commissioner Title's motion? Okay, then could I have a second, please, on Commissioner Title's motion?
Second.
That was Commissioner McBride?
Yes.
Okay, let's record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the motion was unanimously approved by the commission. Thank you. Can I finally get off of question 5, Madam General Counsel?
Yes, you can. And you can also begin to hear from the Deputy General Counsel in terms of the presentation
really?
of questions.
Her name's going to be next to some of these. Great. Let me also just, from a logistics standpoint, state, I think we're having a good conversation. I think it's very productive. It's taking maybe a little longer than I would have guessed, but I really didn't have strong expectations. I'm going to need a lunch break. I don't know. I won't speak for my other commissioners, but excuse me, I know I'm going to need a lunch break. So I'm going to suggest that we go for another half hour till 1 and take a lunch break. I hope we won't have to spend too much time after the lunch break to finish up, but I don't think I can make it much more than a half hour. So unless there's objections, I'm going to suggest we recess at 1 o'clock for a half an hour. Anybody need more time than a half hour?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, then let's keep going. Topic 6, and you're right. My notes say it's the Deputy General Counsel that's going to introduce and frame this topic. So go ahead, Madam Deputy General Counsel.
Thank you, Chairman. So the next topic also relates to delivery, but extends to social consumption licenses as well. The question before you is whether the exclusivity period for adult use delivery and social consumption licenses should be extended. If I may add, and if so, for how long? To give you a little to give you a little context, under the current regulations, both delivery and social consumption licenses are exclusively available to businesses controlled and with majority ownership by EE applicants or SEP participants for 2 years from the date the first licensee receives a notice to commence ops. The regulations also state that the commission may vote to decide to extend that period. However, it requires the commission to conduct an evaluation and make a determination as to whether the social equity goals of the exclusivity period have been met, and sets forth a non-exhaustive list of criteria that the commission should consider when making this determination. So the question on the table is not related to that extension.
Right.
Right, which is available after the exclusivity period has begun, and instead is whether to extend the initial 24-month exclusivity period, which would require a regulatory change. Right. I would also just like to note that currently delivery endorsements, which are available to micro businesses, are subject to the exclusivity provisions of delivery licensees. So if the exclusivity period for delivery licenses is extended after this conversation, under the current language of the regulations, so will the exclusivity period for delivery endorsement.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam General Counsel. So let's focus on the very specific question about extending the initial period of exclusivity beyond the current 2 years. We did hear a lot about this, obviously, in our public hearing and public comment period, as well as from the advisory board. So would anybody like to speak to this issue? Commissioner Title?
I will keep it brief because we all received the same feedback. My estimate or my suggested time frame has always been 5 years, so that's what I would suggest again. And I would just bring up the question because we got so much good feedback, and I think a lot of it was, to me, persuasive. So I would like to discuss it again.
Sure. Commissioner McBride, Commissioner Flanagan, any thoughts on this?
I don't have a problem extending it past the 2 years. I think that we've heard a lot of people talk about the need for it to be at least 3, given business models and such. So I don't have an opinion on a certain time frame, but I'm willing to listen.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner McBride?
I concur with Commissioner Flanagan. We did all receive the same feedback. I think that there's compelling reasons to extend it, given the ability of businesses to, be stood up and then to actually generate revenue. I would ask the Deputy General Counsel, in her opinion, what the legal implications might be of extending it to 5 years. Previously, we've had discussions and there seemed to be some concern about extending it to, or there was stated concern last time we had these discussions a year ago about extending it to 5 years. So I would ask for the opinion of the legal implications of that extension.
Thank you, General Counsel or Deputy General Counsel.
So I'd like to turn this over to the General Counsel.
Great. Thank you, General Counsel.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, in the case law, there is a concern that when a privilege is granted to some applicants as opposed to others, that be for a limited period of time. And so I think having received that advice, the Commission decided to impose the current limitation. There is no magic period of time in the case law. In other words, what the court believes to be reasonable. The court is also looking at whether or not that privilege is monitored. In other words, if there's data collected on whether the granting of that benefit or privilege actually results in the intended benefit. I would just add one more thing that I think the provision allowing the Commission to vote to basically extend was an effort to get at this concept of having a longer period of time. So it's really up to the Commission in terms of deciding what the basic period of time is and whether that's reasonable.
Yeah. Thank you very much, General Counsel. Yeah, my opinion on this, I'm perfectly happy with extending. I don't think I think 5 years is too long in my personal opinion. I think 3 years is sufficient in 2 respects. One is it gives us the data to go through the judgment that the General Counsel just mentioned, and we have the explicit flexibility to extend beyond that 3 years based upon the data that we collect in the first 3 years. And while I certainly accept that it takes a while to start the business and to see whether it's going to be successful or not, I think 5 years is more than necessary. And I like the idea of extending it, but for only 3 years, and allowing us to use our judgment at the end of that 3-year period about whether it needs to be extended or not. I think that's better than making a decision now based upon no data about what the exclusivity period should be. So my recommendation, or at least my opinion, is that we do 3 years.
I think 3 years. I could make a motion for 3 years.
I'll ask you that in a second, but let me just, before I do, Commissioner McBride or Title, any comments on what I just suggested?
No.
Commissioner Title?
Although my preference is 5 years, I think 3 years is particularly reasonable given that all of these applicants have priority or expedited review by definition.
Right, and again, the 3-year window starts only when the first applicant is granted a certificate to commence operations.
Right. I mean, the rest of them don't necessarily have it, but they'll have expedited or priority review.
Fair enough. Commissioner, do you have anything to say before I ask for a motion from Commissioner Flanagan?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I missed the first part of that.
Like I said, before I ask for a motion from Commissioner Flanagan, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't. I appreciate the general counsel's giving that feedback and providing the context. I agree that extending this to 3 years is reasonable, and then allowing for an extension beyond that.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion, please?
I move to extend the exclusivity period for adult use delivery and social consumption to 3 years, with then the commission being able to extend it further if they deem necessary.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approve the motion. Thank you very much. We are done with topic 6, correct?
Correct.
Madam General Counsel. So why don't you get us on topic 7, which is going to be slightly more complex than the one we just went through, but go ahead. Please,
Okay.
Madam
Again, these
Deputy.
questions relate to delivery. I'll read all of the questions so that commissioners know which questions are coming up, and I'll just set each question up as we go.
Yeah, thank you.
So question 1 is whether micro businesses should be allowed to apply for a delivery license. Question 2, whether delivery licensees must be considered a marijuana retailer. I propose to tweak this question a little bit so that it's presented as a policy consideration. So the question would be whether delivery licensees should be considered to be marijuana retailers.
Mhm.
Question 3, should delivery licensees be allowed to deliver to any municipality? And what follows is, if the question is yes to that, should the commission eliminate the requirements set forth in 935 CMR 500.145(1)K, including the restriction that licensee cannot deliver to a particular municipality unless the commission receives notice from that municipality?
So that's the opt-in that we have currently in our regulations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy General Counsel. So let's again take them one by one. Starting with question 1 about whether micro businesses should be allowed to apply for a delivery license. Excuse me. Is there a commissioner that would like to start the conversation on this? Commissioner Title.
Thank you. So the issue here is whether a micro business who would otherwise be eligible to apply for a delivery license can apply for one in addition to a delivery endorsement. So in other words, a delivery endorsement would allow them to deliver their own products, but if they can also apply for a delivery license, that's in addition to the delivery endorsement. And the reason I would advocate for this is because I think the intent of not allowing micro businesses to own other types of licenses was to make sure that they stay small and micro. But in this case, a delivery license, and we can talk about, now the question is courier versus wholesale, if we want to allow both or just one. But I think especially with a courier license, it would still be keeping them relatively small.
And what is the benefit of this, in your opinion, versus the endorsement, the delivery endorsement that they're eligible to get?
Well, they both have their advantages, but the idea is you would allow them to have both. So if you were a micro business with a delivery endorsement, you could deliver your own products, but on top of that, you could operate as a delivery licensee.
Gotcha. Commissioner Flanagan or McBride, any comments on this? Thoughts, questions? Commissioner McBride.
So when we originally proposed the delivery endorsement, it was with an eye to making this an option for micro businesses, with the understanding that it would expand, their ability to generate a profit, right? To generate revenue and to be a strong business. And I stand by that as the intent. I also stand by the intent that we espoused in the regulations at the outset, which is micro businesses are special. They are, they were created to provide and to really sort of insulate that business type, and it's a decision to get it's a decision to get a micro business license, understanding that it's a particular model and that there are certain limitations that come with it, i.e. you're with that model unless you decide that you're going to try to do something different, right? Try to turn your micro business into something larger and go through our application process. So I think that here I would just hew to that original intent. That would be my preference. We are doing a lot right now to try to promote avenues for different sizes of businesses and applicants who have different business plans to get into this industry, and that has been obviously an ongoing project for many years now. And I think that we are starting to make some significant headway, particularly given the conversation that we've had here today. I would like to see this not happen at this point in time.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, any comments or questions?
I agree. I think that someone going into the micro business license type understands what that is. I don't necessarily think that we should allow for them to also apply for a delivery license.
Okay. And Commissioner Title, I am aligned with Commissioners McBride and Flanagan on this topic. I don't know if you'd like to make a motion or continue to make your case. It's certainly your option.
I would like to continue to make my case.
Sure.
I think that when we initially came up with the idea of micro businesses, the idea was that they would get certain advantages. I know that I was picturing hopefully that municipalities would want to support small businesses and that they would create certain avenues for micro businesses. I was hoping that we would see a loan fund or a grant fund, and they would specifically support micro businesses because separate from our other categories, this is the one that actually is kept small. However, over the past 3 years, we have not seen those advantages come to fruition. And so what really is the advantage that micro businesses have? The delivery endorsement was a big one, but now with these changes that we've rightfully made, it's not as much of an advantage. So it's hard for me to understand if I was planning to open a micro business, kind of why would I? So I think that allowing them at least to have a courier license keeps them really small. I think a courier license is not, betraying the original definition of a micro business in any way. If we do see those advantages start to come from other places, so that is me further making my case.
Yep. Any comments or reactions to that? I agree with you. I think some of the things that we thought were going to happen with microbusiness haven't happened, and that to me is an important issue to be discussed, whether or not we make or change the regulations. I think the entire viability of the microbusiness model and the success of the microbusiness model is a subject that we should, I think, dive into in the near future. Commissioner Flanagan, or?
I mean, I don't think we necessarily need to dive back into any of these license types. I think that we're, it's been 3 years and we've sort of, come full circle with what we're trying to do. I can remember being on what I used to call the K. Doyle Roadshow across the state, and people saying, I just want a small piece of this. I just want to own a small business. I don't ever want to be a big business owner. And I think that's kind of where the micro businesses came from, is for those people who really weren't looking for the monstrosity of a business. I can understand if Commissioner Title wants them to have a courier license versus the delivery, wholesale, warehousing license. But then I think we're starting to get into really shallow water, because we're now kind of nitpicking which you can have and what you can't. So I still think that we should just let micro businesses be, and that's it.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Commissioner McBride, any additional comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, then Commissioner Tuttle, again, back to you. Would you like to continue your making your case, ask for a motion? How would you like to proceed?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much. Okay, question 2 on this, which is delivery licenses. You rephrased this, if I'm correct, Deputy General Counsel. You said whether delivery licenses should be considered marijuana retailers. I'm gonna try to preempt this one a little bit. I personally don't believe that we're ready as a commission to make a decision here. I believe there are legal issues that are pretty complicated. I've seen conflicting legal opinions on this topic. I am not an attorney, so I don't really have any basis to kind of choose between the conflicting legal opinions on this topic about whether this is something that we have within our authority or not. So my request is that we table this and let the legal process play out a little bit in terms of thinking this through. But that is an opinion, and I just wanted to start the conversation with that and ask my fellow commissioners to weigh in on this topic. I mean, this has serious implications, specifically with respect to the cap the caps that some municipalities are putting on the number of retailers in their jurisdictions. So it's an important issue. But can I get comments or responses from my fellow commissioners on this? Commissioner Tuttle.
I agree with you. I'd like to table this as well.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride.
I mean, we can table it. It does give me a little bit, I'm a little bit concerned about tabling it, and I would like to understand when we're tabling it too, because this, as you pointed out, Mr. Chair, has significant implications for folks who have been pre-certified and are trying to engage in those conversations. And I don't want our process to further complicate matters for them on that front if we can avoid it.
Yeah, no, Commissioner Fine, you have any thoughts on this?
I don't think we should table it. I think this, whether or not delivery is considered retail, is going to go into every conversation that an entity has with a municipality. We can't hold that up, because if we do, we're stifling the process. And I think that we need to, if there needs to be a legal review, then let's get it and just make a decision. But I don't think holding out is really going to help anything.
Yeah, no, I wasn't suggesting extending, tabling it for ever or for any extended period of time. I was suggesting that I think we need further legal review on this. And again, in the conversation that I'm going to have with the executive director and legal staff on Tuesday, I think we can put together a timeline on a further legal review. But as I said, right now, all I've seen are contradictory legal opinions on this topic. And I personally wouldn't know how to resolve those conflicts. So my request or my suggestion is that we give it some time with the complete understanding and agreement with what Commissioner Flanagan and McBride just said, which is we owe an answer for this and we can't table it for long. We have to come to a response. I just don't feel that there's a chance that we'll be able to do so today, in my opinion.
But quite frankly, what else needs to be done? If you've seen legal reviews that have gone back and forth, and I'm assuming our legal team has also seen those. So why don't we have a review now? We know this topic's been coming.
Have we had enough time? Have you had time to digest the legal opinions? I mean, if you want to talk about it, it's great. I just don't feel comfortable that I know how to vote on this, even though I've seen them. I haven't had a chance to reflect, talk, but I think we'd have a much more productive conversation if we gave this a little bit more time and further review, with the understanding again that we need to take action on this. Commissioner McBride, you're.
I feel pretty confident about where I am on this, but having not heard the other argument, I mean, my take on this is that I don't understand how it's not a retailer. I mean, under the definition of marijuana retailer in the statute, it's an entity licensed to purchase and deliver marijuana and marijuana products from marijuana establishments and to deliver, sell, or otherwise transfer marijuana and marijuana products to marijuana establishments and to consumers. That to me feels like it's plain language, but if there is a contradictory or alternative legal interpretation, I'd be interested in hearing it, I suppose. But I guess I'm confused as to what the contradictory legal interpretation of that plain language would be.
Not to put anybody on the spot here, but Madam General Counsel, do you want to offer your thoughts on this?
Yes. So, Chairman, basically under the licensing scheme established under 94G, certain license types like a marijuana retailer are defined. And retailers can sell to consumers, directly to consumers, where other license types are not able to do so. 94G Section 4 also authorizes the Commission to identify additional license types, and the legislature mentions that delivery can be one of those license types. In that authorization, the legislature does not speak to whether a potential delivery license type would be considered to be a marijuana retailer. I think there's some indicia based upon my reading of the statute that the Commission has the authority here to interpret delivery licensees as being a form of a marijuana retailer, and can also interpret that a delivery licensee is not necessarily a marijuana retailer. One thing to point out is when the legislature did identify other license types, they were very clear about whether other license types could sell to consumers. When they do mention a potential delivery license type, they really don't narrow the scope of that relationship, but they do use that phrase limited delivery. So again, there's, I think, arguments on both sides. It's obviously an unsettled question of law, and the Commission, as the agency charged with interpreting the statute, the Commission's interpretation would be entitled to deference.
So if I could,
Thank you, General Counsel. I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner McBride.
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it. So the argument is that a marijuana retailer, i.e. a store, let's just call it a store for simplicity, is allowed to purchase and deliver to consumers. But our creation of an additional license type, the delivery license type, that can be construed by us. We can decide that that is going to be separate and is not going to be considered a retailer or a store. So that, but under the first definition where it's a retailer, we are not at this point saying that a retailer can deliver because we have created this exclusivity period and we've created a different license type. So for all intents and purposes, we sort of we've kind of pulled apart that definition of retailer a little bit and sort of limited at this point in time what the retailer can engage in by virtue of creating the scheme that we have with delivery licenses. Is that fair?
Yes, Commissioner McBride, I think that's fair.
Okay. Okay.
Keep going, Commissioner McBride.
No, I don't think that I need to keep going. If Mr. Chair, if you would like to table this for further discussion and at a future date, I am fine with that.
I thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner McBride. I would like to do that. I just want to repeat, I understand the importance of this issue, and I understand the necessity to come to clarity and closure on this sooner rather than later. I commit to work with the General Counsel and the Executive Director on putting together a timeline to get to that point as quickly as possible. But I think tabling it for today is appropriate. It sounds like Commissioners McBride and Tyler are okay with that. Commissioner Flanagan, would you like to offer, just what's your thought on this, please?
I don't think why we're taking an issue that's this important, that has this many moving parts, and just delaying it again. I think that, you know, at some point, legal review goes so far. And I think that the more that we pick apart the definitions that we have and the less that we act on them, then the longer we're just dragging this out. So if 3 out of 4 of us want to wait, I'll wait. But, you know, we knew this was coming.
I said I commit to do everything I can to work with the staff and with the commission to get this resolved as quickly as possible, but I appreciate your flexibility about tabling it for the day. Yeah. Can we move on to question 3, please, about delivery licenses licensees being allowed to deliver to any municipality? Would any commissioner want to speak to this to start the conversation?
I can provide a little context if that's helpful.
The General Counsel.
So under the current regulations, deliveries are permitted in municipalities that have where the licensee's place of business is, any municipality which allows marijuana retailers. So this may connect back to the issue that we just tabled. Any municipality that notifies the commission that delivery may operate within its borders after it has received notice from the commission.
Okay.
So in considering this question, the commission may consider eliminating some of these limitations.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's all.
Thank you, Deputy General Counsel. I guess I'm not sure why this is on the table. So would any commissioner care to speak on why a change? This is, you know, I think the Deputy General Counsel just gave a very good description of what's in our current regulations. If we're proposing to change, I'd like to understand what changes and what's the logic for proposing those changes. Can I ask Commissioner Title? Thank you. Would you address that?
Could I actually ask either the Deputy Legal Counsel or Legal Counsel to weigh in on whether we can allow delivery licensees to deliver to any municipality?
Sure. Who would like to get Deputy General Counsel?
So in terms of looking at those 3 places where delivery is permitted currently under our regulations, I think number 3 may be problematic, and I'm not sure that we have flexibility there under our statute to permit, you know, a delivery to a municipality. So our statute does provide for a process for municipalities to prohibit the operation of a type of marijuana establishment. They would have to affirmatively do that through creating an ordinance or bylaw and through a voting process, and you know, affirmatively say that they're prohibiting a certain license type in their municipality. I do think in that case, it could be argued that a deliveries would be prohibited within those borders.
So, Commissioner Tyler, that answer your question?
Yes.
So if it's in our statute that this can only happen in certain municipalities, why are we considering this?
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Chairman, if I could.
Hold on for 1 sec, please, General Counsel. I just want to make sure Commissioner Title had the floor. I want to make sure that.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Go ahead, General Counsel. Sorry about that.
So Chairman, I think to the extent that the commission considers delivery licensees to be marijuana retailers, if the municipality has voted to ban retail, I think a natural result of that would be that in that particular municipality, delivery would also be banned. As the Deputy General Counsel points out, there is a mechanism in the local control portion of 94G that a municipality could also affirmatively ban a license type or a delivery license type. So I think partially why this question is here is because it was raised in part by a commissioner, but in part because it related to the prior question. So there could be an opportunity here perhaps to see if this question would need to be addressed when question 2 was clarified.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I followed that, but I thank you. Commissioner Tuttle, it sounds like I'd like some guidance from you about how you'd like to proceed on this topic.
Well, my recollection is that we initially created the restrictions the way they are because we thought that we were allowing delivery to the fullest extent that we could. But it's now my understanding that we could allow delivery to all municipalities that have not affirmatively banned sales. And so if that's correct, that would be my proposal.
General Counsel, Deputy General Counsel. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner McBride, please.
So, so a delivery operation, whether or not we retain the current structure or modify it, right? So it doesn't really matter whether we qualify it as a retailer or we call it something that's not a retailer, is going to be considered to be a marijuana establishment under both the statute and the regulation. That I think is fairly clear, right? We regulate marijuana establishments as a commission. Delivery is a marijuana establishment.
Yep.
So there are currently 184 communities in Massachusetts that are set to allow for the delivery of marijuana according to our municipal tracker. That's one of the columns in our municipal tracker. There are currently 107 municipalities that have an outright ban on marijuana establishments, which under Section 3 of 94G, they are allowed to do. So Commissioner Title referenced, we had this discussion last year, right? And so you'll recollect that during that discussion last September, we initially voted 3-2 to allow for municipalities to opt out. But then upon further consideration after reviewing the statute, we reconsidered that vote because opting out of delivery, which would have to happen under 94G, and it would be Section 3A(1), would require a town wishing to prohibit that type of marijuana establishment to submit the vote to a bylaw or ordinance and submit it to a ballot, right, and be approved by voters, which is an onerous process. And then in addition to that, we created, right, these different columns where the municipality where the delivery operation is headquartered, you can deliver there. If there's any kind of retail, whether it's operational or not, that's allowed in a municipality, you can deliver there. And then anyone that opts in. So today, I don't think that much has changed. Because delivery can happen in those municipalities, those kind of 3 categories of municipalities, there are currently, right under that, more cities and towns than not where delivery would be allowed. And we can go around and around about this, and this touches on a lot of topics that we've had conversations about before. Whether we like it or not, local control is granted under the statute. And if the legislature wants to change that, the legislature is the entity that can change that. I think we have created an environment where, to the extent that we're able to, we're allowing delivery to move forward here in municipalities. And again, according to our own municipal tracker, almost 80 more municipalities than allow it than don't, right? We have 184 municipalities that have indicated at least, or by virtue of the fact that they allow retail, would be allowing delivery as well. So I don't think this needs to be changed.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Tuttle?
That's fine.
Okay, Commissioner Fine, you have any objection? Then we move on.
No.
No changes necessary to our regulations, so no vote is necessary. Okay, thank you very much. It's 1:06. Can we take a recess till 1:35? Is that long enough for everybody to grab some lunch and come back refreshed and reinvigorated?
Sure.
Okay, then we are on recess until 1:35 p.m. Thank you. See Commissioners Flanagan and Commissioner McBride. Is Commissioner Tuttle there?
Yes.
Okay, Erica, we're set to go. So can we get the slide up? Thank you. Let's get going. Topic 8, license types, delivery licenses, the scope of premises, and the Deputy General Counsel is going to frame this one for us, please. Are you there, Pauline? Are you muted?
I was muted. Apologies.
No problem. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
So the question on the table is whether security and associated regulatory requirements for premises should be relaxed for delivery licensees operating under a courier-only model, and whether to adopt similar requirements applicable to courier businesses and other industries. So here, in considering the fact that a courier-only deliverer does not maintain or store marijuana or marijuana products on its premises, the commissioner may want to consider whether the security and other application or licensing requirements currently applicable to all marijuana establishment licensees, including delivery licensees, should be decreased.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Tyler, do you want to kick us off on this one?
Yeah, thank you. So I previewed this earlier. I think that it's more of a conceptual vote because I don't have the exact details of which requirements would be relaxed and how, but the general idea is that given that a courier style model would not have cannabis on its premises, that a cross-functional team would review those requirements and see if they're still necessary given the type of license.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Commissioners McBride or Flanagan?
I don't have a question about that. I have a question about the second question, what other industries is.
Sure. Would Commissioner Tuttle or Deputy General Counsel like to answer that question?
I think I wrote that so I can take it and then let anyone else weigh in who wants to. The suggestion there was just that when you take the product from a retailer to a consumer, as we've all probably said at some point, it's similar to an Uber Eats or a Grubhub or that type of model. And so we would be considering how those businesses are regulated as context.
Okay.
Commissioner McBride, any comments or questions?
I don't agree with changing the security requirements at this point.
Okay, can any color commentary you'd like to add to that?
No.
Okay, fair enough. This is hard. Given that there's not a specific proposal, I mean, we could, I guess, take a philosophical vote. I'm not sure that that changes anything. But Commissioner Tuttle, how would you like to make a motion?
What if I changed it to from relaxed to reviewed, like simply a review of whether these requirements are necessary for a courier style model premises? Does that change anybody's opinion?
I'll ask. My concern is just given where we are in the cycle, in the regulatory cycle. If we do a review, how does that get embedded? How do we get embedded in terms of having a policy conversation upon it, having draft language around it, and having it voted on when we vote on the final regulations? Given where we are in the cycle, any thoughts on that, Commissioner Tuttle?
Yeah, I think that actually that process has started. I can ask if anyone on the staff wants to weigh in. Yeah. But I think that as we were considering shared spaces for delivery, there's a lot of overlap in these questions. Looking at things like the exterior, the security, the alarm, if all of these are really necessary for a company that is potentially just a phone, for dispatch and a few vehicles. I think it was a really similar question when we looked at shared spaces. So my suggestion would be to complete that review and come up with recommendations. But I would ask the executive director, I guess, if he's okay with that.
Mr. Executive Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the only question back would be, this needs to be embedded in regulation somehow in some way. So it does raise a timing question and concern. So I think that's the only, we need to give obviously licensees predictability, but our staff the same as far as how we're going to evaluate applications and then inspect physical locations.
So I think this is a pretty crucial question that may get at the very heart as to whether the courier license is viable or not, which we've discussed at length today. And I think we all have concerns as to whether the courier license is viable. We've all made it clear that we don't have an intention to set up businesses to fail. So from an equity perspective, I do think that this review is necessary. Could I ask General or Deputy Legal Counsel if potentially there's a possibility here that we could build in a waiver process or potentially in a form and manner determined by the commission that courier licensees in particular could apply to be exempted from certain requirements, and that way perhaps we wouldn't have such a time crunch?
So process-wise, I would just consider sort of waivers coming in sort of on an ad hoc basis and having staff have to process those types of requests. Ideally, we would set forth the requirements up front and determine exactly what should be required and what shouldn't be required. But a waiver is available under our regulations.
Yeah, I thank you, Deputy General Counsel. First of all, I support Commissioner Title's position. This is important. I think it is an incredibly important part of giving the courier-only model a chance, a greater chance of being viable. So I'm very supportive of trying to do something here. I said I think the same thing that the executive director amplified, which I don't know how to do that in the time regulatory cycle. If we do go a waiver route, and I don't think we need to do anything, waivers are available. But I think that we would have to do that, in my opinion, with a commission discussion and a vote outside of the regulatory process, but have explicit conversation, discussion, and vote to address the point that Pauline just made, which about having very explicit terms under which the waivers would be considered. I think that would be a viable route. Does not require us, I think, to do anything today. 1 second, Commissioner McBride. Does not require us to do anything today, but does, in my opinion, require at some subsequent public meeting a discussion and a vote. Commissioner McBride?
And Mr. Chair, you are exactly right that we have a waiver process for security requirements that is currently in place. It functions, and our licensing team deals with those types of requests all the time. The other piece that I would say here is that this is a situation where, and this gets to the point of looking at, I understand the request is to look at these details, but the devil is very much in the details here. We can open this back up and decide to look at it again, but we haven't even issued a license yet. We haven't even received a single waiver request. And in addition to that, this body of regulations on the delivery only licenses was put together carefully with an eye to trying to balance the elements of allowing for something to move forward while also remaining faithful to our objectives as a commission. And so that's not to say that these are, ingrained forever and ever. And it's because of that exact flexibility that we include a waiver process. So I'm really, if there were specific ideas right now, specific details to discuss, that would be one thing, but I'm going to push back and just state my opposition to kind of opening this up and leaving it out there as a, you know, let's look at this and kick the can down the road and you know, consider this at some later date in time, because we built these regulations, and specifically the security regulations for all licensees, explicitly to provide for there to be the ability to have case by case discussions about how different things apply and whether there should be security alternatives that should be available.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll summarize, and I apologize if I'm being a little bit crafty here. The recommendation is that we don't address this as part of the regulatory process. The waiver process is in place. You know, I think that there's an open question in my mind, which I'd like to consider and we can talk about, but we don't need to decide today, about whether we want to give any guidance to the licensing staff on waivers requested for courier companies. But there's no regulatory change necessary. The waiver process exists. So to me, I think we can move on this topic unless any commissioner would like additional conversation on this or would like to make a motion. But I think that I agree with Commissioner Title, Commissioner McBride. We have a waiver process for this in place, and we are not in a position to, I don't believe, have a discussion about changes to our regulations given the lack of specificity that is available at this point in time. Commissioner Title?
I think that if there's no regulatory change that's necessary, then we can certainly move on with the intention that we can pick up the conversation at a later date, or the commission can pick up the conversation at a later date as it relates to waivers. But I think that it would be a mistake to openly acknowledge that all of us have concerns about the viability of the courier license and that we don't want businesses to fail, and then to just allow that license type anyways without considering these types of changes.
I think we've all been pretty explicit today about our desire to make sure that the licenses have potential of being viable businesses, the license type. So I think that's already been stated. I certainly agree with it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on then to topic 9, please?
Yes, Chairman, I'll take that topic if I can. So this concerns shared space. The question is whether all license types, including delivery licensees, should be allowed to share space. So the consideration of this topic obviously has implications for security provisions, access provisions, and other requirements.
Okay. Thank you very much, General Counsel. I don't want to pick on anybody to lead this conversation. So who would like to open the conversation here? Commissioner Title, go ahead.
So if anyone disagrees, they should weigh in, but I don't believe that there is any need for a regulatory change here based on the legal analysis that we were provided, which I think was really helpful. And it kind of bifurcated the issue into different license types that could share space, because there's no prohibition on that right now, but they would need to meet the current regulations, and in a lot of ways that means physical separation. And then the other piece of it was sharing space in terms of things like commercial kitchens or open floor plans, or you know, cubicles for different companies. And in that case, that wouldn't be permitted at the moment. I think that's something that, as it has been under our equity work plan for some time, we should be considering, but that there's no way that we could make that possible right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Title. So is there any objection to moving on to the next topic and not taking action at this point in time or having further discussion? Commissioner Flanagan?
Mr. Chairman, my question is that we keep holding off on these issues. At what point do we have these discussions, given the fact that we're expected to take a vote on September 24th?
I don't think this will be a vote on September 24th. There will not be regulatory action on this topic, is what If
Okay.
we haven't voted on it already as part of our draft regulations or taken a vote to change something in our draft regulations today, it will not be on the agenda for the 24th.
So we're saying now that we're not going to consider shared space.
Well, no, I don't think that's what Commissioner Tall said. She said right now that it is possible as long as it meets the security requirements, that there's nothing on our regulations to prevent shared space as long as, you know, all licensees within that shared space meet the relevant security requirements.
So then if people come back and don't quite understand that part of the regulations, is there going to be a guidance issued for them instead of going through the regulatory process again?
Make your case, Commissioner Flanagan. Do you think we should take regulatory action here? Yeah, I said
I'm not saying we should. My question is, we've had people through the public comment process come to us and say, we want shared space, we want shared space. If it already is in the regs and they're not understanding that, are we then going to issue a guidance instead of trying to do regulations? I'm just trying to preempt the inevitable, because if people thought they could do it by now, they wouldn't be telling us this.
No, that's a good point. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I just want them to have a process in the future.
Sure.
It's easier to issue a guidance than it is to change the regulations.
Sure. So I'd like to ask both Commissioner Title and General Counsel on to respond to Commissioner Flanagan on that.
I'll be brief. I agree with Commissioner Flanagan. I think that whatever guidance the public has on this, the better. And I think what we have is, I believe, a privileged legal memo, so that hasn't even been made public.
Okay, and so General Counsel, any issue with issuing guidance on this?
Well, Chairman, I would say this, is that I think to the extent that the guidance would be setting forth that licensees could share space if they comply with their respective requirements for the license type, I think we could say that in a guidance. I think if there were additional requirements, security requirements, access requirements, that the commission should consider doing that through regulations.
But I think what's on the table is just saying our current regulations with no change allow sharing, as long as all licensees that share space adhere to the regulatory requirements. So that the guidance would be explicitly consistent with our current regulations and not require regulatory changes. What I'm hearing being suggested by my fellow commissioners. Is that correct, Commissioner Title?
Yes, that's what I'm suggesting. Also, with the same note from last time that the waiver process does exist.
So, if that's the case, Commissioner Broad, unless do you have any questions or additional comments on this before I suggest we move on to the next topic?
I guess my comment is that this is news to me, and I'm curious about hearing from the executive director about how our compliance staff is undertaking this and doing compliance work on it, and what our protocols are around this, because I had not understood this to be something that we had put in our regulations already.
I don't think my understanding, Commissioner Broadway, let's turn it over to the executive director in a second. My understanding, we haven't precluded, our regulations do not preclude this. I don't think.
Yeah, no, I understand that. The fact our regulations don't preclude a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that it's allowed either. Like it's not. So I'm curious about how we've been enforcing this, or what the plan is for how to enforce on this, because it's novel, but it just presents, I think, some interesting intersection of, physical separation has been discussed, deficiency notices and sort of where those fall to, how I guess who we're sending notices to, who's responsible for different aspects of compliance in these spaces. And correct me if I'm wrong, but in a regulatory context, we haven't discussed this in the previous 2 or 3 rounds of our regulations, to my knowledge. So I'm just curious about how this is happening.
We have not. As I said, it's what I've been told, and the opinion of General Counsel. Correct me if I'm putting words into your mouth, General Counsel, is that since it is not explicitly precluded from our regulations, it's allowed as long as each applicant and each licensee adheres to the required protocol. So I don't think there's anything. We have not discussed this before. I don't think there's anything new here. I do think you're absolutely correct about the implementation and enforcement issues. So I would like to hear from the general or from the executive director on that. But I don't think this, at least to my recollection, has not come up previously. Mr. Executive Director. Sorry to put you on the spot again.
So to Commissioner McBride's question, what was answered, I think, was a hypothetical question, not an actual proposal. And in doing so, I think the exploration we did pointed out a lot of challenges that would have to be overcome, especially around physical separation, some discussion about the need for security cameras and who's responsible for them, separate entrances, limited access areas, how those would be contained. Commissioner Title touched on a topic that is also a concern around sharing the actual, whether it be manufacturing space or grow space, and how that would be precluded. So as opposed to providing a roadmap as to how someone could do it, I think what was raised was a series of concerns that would have to be addressed, and not addressed by the commission, but by applicants or licensees for how they would intend to overcome some of those limitations that exist in regulation today. So I think hopefully to answer the direct question, we haven't had a specific proposal brought to us that's been evaluated against our own evaluation, but instead it was, if all of these different conditions are met, and they would have to be, it's something that theoretically could be done, but it would have to be also subject to inspection. And we know that during the course of inspections, that's where we have, I think, really direct conversations with licensees around their intentions, their SOPs as well, and how they would intend to share that space, if at all. So it's definitely an issue that the regulations do not directly address, and as a result, we answered a hypothetical question around, could it be done? And the answer is potentially, maybe, yes.
Thank you for being so concise and precise.
But I think that just speaks to the complexity of the issue.
I agree. Thank you, Executive Director. So can I, or is anybody proposing that we take action on this other than what we just talked? I guess we decided that we're not at this point going to take further action on this, but I want to just confirm that with each of the commissioners. Commissioner Title.
That's correct. I'm not proposing further action, but I did want to address the question of whether and when this has come up before. I just want to read from the April 2019 Equity Work Plan, which is on our website. And one of the items is create regulations allowing shared use cultivation and shared use manufacturing space for certain groups of applicants or licensees to address the barriers to entry posed by securing real estate, facility design, and local approval processes. And then in the action, it reads, the commission has begun research regarding different analogous models, including tenant brewer licenses in the Commonwealth and Type S cannabis licenses in California, in order to develop policy recommendations. Given the current schedule for regulatory changes, staff will complete its research and, as appropriate, propose recommendations for the fall 2019. This came up in the joint CAB CCC meeting, and this also came up in previous discussions in this round of regulations.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I don't mean that, I apologize. I don't mean that it's not that it has never come up for discussion among the commission before the idea of shared space. My question was about whether we had discussed this as regulations, and actually, I guess it's more than that. It's the what's new to me is the idea that we had discussed this as though it was taken for granted that we had all known and agreed that we didn't have to do anything as far as regulations were concerned, and that this was already allowed under the regulations. That it's already allowed under the regulations is a new concept to me, that it felt to me as though we were in this discussion, it was sort of taken for granted that we all understood that that was the case, and that is not something that I had understood. I am in no way saying that I don't agree with the concept of moving forward with figuring out whether shared space is allowed and how it could be allowed. I guess I question whether we don't need to make any regulatory changes, just because we have so many components and provisions within our regulations that touch upon operations and touch upon very specific elements of operations, like limited access areas, like security protocols. And so I would be surprised, pleasantly surprised, I guess, if we didn't need to make any regulatory changes. But I sort of question whether that really is true. So yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that I'm not suggesting that we had never talked about this, just in terms of regulations and kind of the way that the lay of the land right now with regard to S licenses. That's new to me.
Okay. I would like a proposal on how to go forward. I agree with your point, Commissioner McBride. You know, that at some point that might be necessary. I'm really sorry. I'm very focused on today and what we can and need to do today. So my suggestion that no regulatory changes were necessary was specifically focused on today's meeting and this current round of regulations. If people disagree with that, that's fine, but that was my specific focus, not going forward. So is there anybody is there a motion to be made here, or can we move on to the next topic? Commissioner McBride, is there a motion you would like to make?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Flanagan?
No.
Okay. Then let's move on to topic 10.
Thank you, Chairman. So the next topic concerns the scope of sampling. The question is whether vendor and quality control sample size should be increased. If so, how much? I would just note that in the current draft of the regulations, the sample size is 4 grams per strain of marijuana flower and no more than 7 strains of marijuana flower.
Okay. Can somebody make a case about why we need to make a change, or why we should consider a change here? Commissioner Tuttle?
I found and I'll say first that this is not my area of expertise, so I will defer to others who may have more expertise. But I found the public comment pretty persuasive when people suggested that the limits were quite low, especially relative to the possession limits. And I thought that the idea of making it 4 grams per week instead of per month was sensible and maybe more in line with possession limits.
Any comments or questions? I'll ask Commissioner Tuttle to make a motion on that, but are there any comments and questions before I do so? Okay, would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Tuttle?
I guess I'll just ask for my knowledge or for the record, what was the basis for 4 grams per month?
This one I'll open to anybody on the call that wishes to address that. Looks like General Counsel, you'd like to you can address that.
Chairman, if I might, I would defer to Deputy General Counsel Pauline on this, because she might have some information from the writing group.
Great, go ahead, Deputy General Counsel.
And I'm just gonna throw that back. I think we'll need to track that down as to where that came from, and I can provide that information to the commission.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that was my writing group, and I'm not sure that there was any. I mean, we looked at other states, what they did with samples. Oregon, California, Michigan, and Colorado. I'm not sure there was a scientific reason.
Okay. Do you feel that it's necessary to change or reconsider this? I mean, I'll entertain the motion from Commissioner Tuttle, but I just would appreciate your thoughts, given your writing group spent some time on this.
I don't think it should be. I mean, we submitted the language that I supported. I don't think it should be changed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tuttle, would you like to make a motion?
Can I ask if anyone else has an opinion to share?
Commissioner, I don't have a strong opinion on this. I don't feel knowledgeable about it either. I respect the work that Commissioner Flanagan's group did. I think one of the reasons that we broke up into 4 or 5 writing teams is to allow each of us to get into some of these issues in more detail than the entire group could do. So I have no reason to disagree with what came out of Commissioner Flanagan's writing group. I'm willing to listen, but you know, right now I have no reason to disagree with what came out of Commissioner Flanagan's writing group.
Okay, in that case, we all heard the same public comment, so if there's no appetite to change it, then we can move on.
Okay, thank you. Topic 11, Operations Disability Access. General Counsel, you're going to frame this one for us?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, these are 2 proposals to essentially increase marijuana establishments and MTCs, basically a consideration of disability access. The first question is whether responsible vendor training should include MTC agent and employee training for working with disabled populations. The second question is whether MEs and MTTCs, should be required to provide an agent and employee handbook that addresses disability accommodations. The handbook would be part of the requirements placed on licensees in terms of personnel documents.
I guess I'm sorry to keep picking on you, Commissioner Child, but is this one that you'd like to kick us off on?
Yeah, no need to apologize. I did raise all these issues. I think that this one is a really important issue, and I'm very grateful to the patients that took the time to fill out the patient survey. I think I'll just speak for myself. In general, I've been very focused on the adult use regulations and haven't really put enough attention, I think, into people with disabilities. So I'm glad that these suggestions were raised. I think that in the context of diversity plans, these aren't regulations that are related to diversity plans, but it's related to our objective of making sure that we want our licensees to be both comfortable working with a variety of populations and made up of employees who are diverse. And then this is just particularly important for medical treatment centers, given that they are working exclusively with people with debilitating conditions. So for that reason, these are 2 requirements that I think we probably should have had from the beginning, but I'm very glad for patients who brought them up.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
I'm not sure why patients are bringing this up. I mean, there are disability laws on the books, there are discrimination laws on the books, there are agencies that employ people who may have certain disabilities. So I guess I'm not understanding why this needs to be enforced, given the fact that you can't discriminate based upon that anyway.
Well, I think the reason that patients are bringing it up is based on the experience that they're having when they are visiting our licensees.
So our licensees are discriminating against them?
No, this is not a suggestion about minimum legal compliance. This is about what training should include, and this is about what agents and employees should be able to access in a handbook. So I think that's totally separate from minimal legal compliance requirements.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner McBride, any comments or questions?
I think that including elements in responsible vendor training is actually a really great idea, and I think that it speaks to a really specific skill set, and I think that is a skill set that probably everybody could stand to be educated on and or get refreshers on. So I appreciate this suggestion and I agree with it.
Great. So that's question 1. So let's go through them one at a time. We'll start with question 1. We'll come back to question 2. So on question 1, Commissioner Tyler, would you like to make a motion, please?
So moved.
Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Tyler made a motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tyler?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion on question 1. On question 2, is there any, before I ask again for another motion, any other comments? Because your comments, Commissioner McBride, specifically were to question 1, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
Do you have any comments or questions, or Commissioner Flanagan on question 2?
I don't.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride?
So can I just ask for a, I just want to make sure to clarify. So when we say required to provide, we mean required to provide to agents, right? We're not looking to collect it.
Right, right. I imagine it would be subject to our existing ability to inspect different required documents, but I'm not suggesting that this has to be submitted to us and approved.
Okay. Then Commissioner Tuttle, would you again please make a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Well, I think, okay, the motion is to approve question 2, correct?
The motion is to approve question 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Tuttle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tuttle?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the motion on question 2. Okay, let's go to topic 12, please. And I think Deputy General Counsel, you're the lucky winner of this question, so please lead us off.
And all the following medical related questions. So here the next topic relates to the product database. The draft adult use regulations in 935 CMR 500, 130, and 140 set forth new product database requirements for adult use product manufacturers and retailers. Just for some background, a product database is the commission-operated technology platform displaying information about marijuana products produced by manufacturers and sold by retailers. The regulatory provisions essentially require these licensees to provide to the commission information about each product it intends to sell, including things like brand name, list of ingredients, serving size, potency, and photographs of the product in and out of its packaging, and photographs of the internal and external packaging. So the question before the commission is whether to also require MTCs to comply with the same product database requirements.
Thank you, Deputy General Counsel. Anybody want to lead us off on this? Commissioner McBride, is it okay if I ask you?
Sure. Other than I think that I think the MTC should have to comply with this as well. This really is intended to be a database that incorporates products that are for sale in Massachusetts, and I don't really, I wouldn't see the difference in including things that are on the adult use side versus the medical side. I think it's just all products that are for sale in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I can't see any logic for not having the MTCs have the same requirements here, but Commissioner Tuttle or Commissioner Flanagan, any comments?
I agree.
I do too.
Okay, then that should be straightforward. Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please?
Moved that we adopt a requirement that MTCs comply with product database requirements.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let's record that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tuttle?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. Let's move on to topic 13, medical caregivers. And again, you draw the short straw here, Deputy General Counsel.
All right. So we have 2 questions before you. So the first question is, should personal caregivers be able to care for up to 10 patients? The second question is, should personal or institutional caregivers be restricted from participating in paid advertising?
Okay, thank you. I think those are obviously separate questions, so let's go through question 1 first. And then we'll come back to question 2. And so can have somebody make a case for I know we heard a lot about this in public comment and from the advisory board. 10 Can someone make a case for 10 or a case for changing the number from what it is now to something other than 10?
I have a concern with a specific number, and I know that we have to somehow come to a conclusion.
Right.
But, you know, part of me was bothered by the fact that the public comment was literally the same sentence, either support up to 10 or don't support up to 10. There was really not a lot of rationale, not a lot of personal stories that I heard as to why it's necessary. My goal in all this is to ensure that patients are taken care of to the level that they need, and that their needs are not pushed aside because there's 10 patients or 5 patients or what have you. I just think that when it comes to caregiving, it's important that whatever the patient needs is what the patient gets, not so much as a caregiver who wants a certain number of patients. Having said that, my other concern is that, you know, I've heard from families how much it takes to grow to obtain the medicine that an individual patient would need. And so the canopy I have a problem with. I think if we go too big, then it's not a home grow, then it becomes a business. And I have concerns with that. So I'm willing to listen to what other commissioners have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, Commissioner McBride or title? Go ahead, Commissioner McBride.
So I guess my concern here isn't necessarily about the specific number, although I do think that probably for purposes of compliance that we probably should land on a specific number just to sort of make it uniform. But that being said, my bigger concern is really about the pieces that come around if you are going to be engaging in more cultivation of something, and I've said this previously, so I'll just reiterate it. You know, anytime we're going to start to increase what can be grown in a private residence or something, you know, then we run into questions about, you know, what is the electrical need for that? What are the other pieces there that are concerns for both the caregiver, as well as, and certainly the patients they serve, as well as people like law enforcement at the municipal level. And so I think that, you know, you can't kind of separate these. I feel like they sort of need to be taken together. And so 10 to me feels like too big of a number. 5 to me feels like a more reasonable number, but, you know, I will plead, you know, ignorance about sort of how I land on those numbers, and so I will fully own that part of it. I think that providing a number for us as a regulatory entity is helpful, but I'm more concerned about what the other pieces are that come into play here, to make sure that you know, this is workable, so that it's safe, and so that you know, we are making sure that we're not undercutting you know, people's ability to do this by creating situations where, you know, 9 out of 10 might be fine, but then 1 is going to end up with like a really serious issue that we could have anticipated and just decided to stay silent about, like an electrical fire.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Peddle, do you have any thoughts?
I think that's right. I think that it is hard to separate these questions, and I think there were a lot of really good comments about not the number, but the nature of the relationship and the requirements of the caregiver. I do think that we should pick a number. My suggestion would be that if it's closer to 5, that we have a process in place to apply to care for more. But I can say, you know, from our writing group's perspective, that we got to 10 by working backwards from the canopy size, which is used in at least 2 other states, I think Maine and California, and then from there, also taking into account that we want to be able to provide this option to as many patients as possible, especially now when it's as important as ever to be able to obtain medicine at cost if someone is willing to provide that to you, particularly if you have a hardship and you can't get it at a dispensary. But that said, ultimately each of these numbers has its pros and cons. So I think adjusting it is fine. But it's not a home grow, and it's certainly not a business. If it's a business and you're profiting, you're not operating under these regulations. So if people feel more comfortable taking the other questions first, I think that's fine. But I think we're probably all pretty close to agreement here.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
My one other concern is the risk of diversion. And I know that people who take care of people are upstanding and want to do the right thing, but I do have a risk of I do have a concern with the risk of diversion, the higher the number.
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner Title.
So I think that the risk of diversion as it relates to this particular it doesn't quite make sense to suggest that when we know that a large majority of sales taking place in the state are taking place underground, suggesting that someone who wants to divert plants and sell them in a way that is not lawful would agree to be listed on a government database and agree to inspection and agree to all of these requirements when they could just not do that. I think that's not in line with what we know about human behavior and decision making.
I agree with that to an extent, but I also think, there's a lot of ways that people can try to do what they're going to do, whether by making themselves known and doing it in other ways, or there's a lot of ways to do it. I mean, but I've always have a risk of concern with diversion. I have it with the dispensaries. I had it with curbside pickup. I have it with this. I mean, it's not going to change. That while there are people that are lawful and want to do this, that there are others that aren't. And seeing as though that, social justice is part of the premise of legalization, we know that illegal activity has gone on and does go on. So the risk of diversion for me will always be at the forefront. But having said that, I think I would be more comfortable with closer to 5 patients than 10.
I'm hearing that from pretty much everybody. I appreciate Commissioner McBride's comment about that. She's confessing to the kind of arbitrariness of her feeling comfortable with 5, which I feel exactly the same way. I think 5 is a good number. I can't tell you why. I do feel like going from where we are currently to 10 seems like an extraordinary jump. 5 seems like a significant movement, one that we all seem more comfortable with. And don't accuse me of pushing the can down the road, but like many things, we can see how this works over time and make adjustments necessary. But I think it's a significant movement in the direction that people are asking for. But I feel much more comfortable with 5 than going further than that. So can we get a motion, or is there further questions or conversation that people like to have? Commissioner McBride?
So I guess what I would put this proposal out there,
Okay.
that it's that we are because that commensurate with that, we cut in half the size of the canopy that Commissioner Title's group had recommended or suggested, 500 square feet, and reduce that to 250. That we require proof of an electrical inspection, and then in addition to that, I would throw in that the caregiver have to provide a log of the cost of growing that can be audited if there are issues that are identified. And that actually goes to, I think what it goes to Commissioner Flanagan's concern about, we are going to presume and that people are going to do this lawfully. We should presume that they're going to do it lawfully because of, I think, especially because of the nature of what we're allowing. They are caregivers. But that being said, yeah, I'm a big fan of planning for when things go wrong, and I think that here that can be addressed by requiring some maintenance of information about the costs of growing, and we can. There may be other elements in there too, but I think that it's short of metric, right? I mean, we're not going to say to caregivers, you all of a sudden have to be, you have to be looped into metric or something like that. But it does provide a requirement of compliance there that can be low cost. It doesn't have to be something that is, extraordinarily, you're not looking, you don't have to go out and get an entire, inventory system, nothing like that, but just the ability for us to be able to audit if we feel that there may be concerns that are raised to us. So I think that, I think that would be helpful. And, the other piece, and like this is the third rail, and I understand this. So I would also suggest that law enforcement doesn't want to be coming to people's homes for the purpose of checking on these types of grows. I mean, they don't want to be doing that. And on the other side, clearly caregivers don't want to be having that engagement either. If there is a way for there to be not like I'm not stating like a registration, but a notification on behalf of the caregiver, just identifying that I am registered to do this, right? Like I am allowed to do this. I am compliant. I've gone through these steps, and I'm letting you know that this is what is I am engaged in this because I'm allowed to do it. I'm sure that, well, I imagine people will have feedback on that, but that to me feels like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure in this situation. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Can I just ask, I know that the Executive Director wanted to weigh in on this conversation, so could I ask the Executive Director to make some comments on this, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to comment on ultimately the number and frankly just the need to have a number, but to also try to just set some expectations on implementation and what that would look like.
Sure.
So at this point, we have the 1-to-1 ratio embedded in our system. This would require us to recode the system quite a bit. So that shouldn't dictate the number itself. Just I guess I would ask the commission and the public ultimately to bear with us, whatever the ultimate decision is, that we'd have to implement it. And also just to add some context to this, we have had circumstances in our current existence within our current structure where folks have requested a waiver from that 1-to-1 to serve more than one patient. And it has been considered and granted on a case-by-case basis. What we've included as part of that consideration, which I think is relevant here, is consent from both patients. Not that they know each other. We wouldn't want to violate anyone's protection, data protection or information protection in that sense, but that both patients independently and separately consent to their caregiver serving another patient. I think it really stems from a capacity concern of I appreciate the relationship I have with this caregiver now, and I wouldn't want to jeopardize that attention that I'm getting from them, given whether it be my patient acuity or some other need that might exist. So again, we've considered it in the past. It seems to have been successful. We've been able to manage the back end of the system to accommodate that. But if this is a decision that the commission moves forward with, I would just say that we would need some time to implement it and probably recode a significant portion of our patient caregiver portal. So we can do it just over time.
Yep, no, I appreciate you making that point, and you certainly have that consideration. But I think if I'm hearing you correctly, though, you're saying if we were to say change this to 5, that the same waiver opportunity would exist in the same way that you evaluate going above the 1-to-1 ratio currently.
Absent anything that would prohibit it, I would say yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Executive Director? Thank you.
No, not this time. No.
Commissioner McBride, would you like to take your proposal and make a motion around it? Before you do that, I'm sorry, Commissioner Title.
Thanks. I think that I just want to say a few more words about the proposal, but I like the direction that it's going. I'm definitely okay with the proof of electrical inspection, definitely okay with the log of costs of growing. My request, though, would be that we keep the 500 by 500 canopy with the understanding that in addition to the proof of electrical inspection and the log of cost of growing, that they can also account for every plant that they have within the limits. So I think this would be important because we suggested 500 by 500 and then worked backwards because we wanted to be in line with what other states allowed. But in this case, if we have only 5 patients or perhaps more if they go through the waiver process, that will give them more flexibility, particularly with the patients that have certain conditions that are going to require a lot more plants. But then again, of course, they have to be able to account for every plant and be able to account for who that patient is.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, your thoughts?
Anything further at this time? Candidly, my reason for having the 500 square foot canopy was because we were having the number of patients. If there is a justifiable reason for getting to the 500 square feet, and it it reflects the consideration of Commissioner Title's group having looked at this, then and what I'm hearing is that that's where they started from, then I can appreciate that. They did the work on that to kind of land at that number. It doesn't seem to kind of logically make sense to me to sort of have the patients and keep the canopy the same, but I guess I would open that up for other further comments. I don't have more to say on it than that at this point.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Title.
So just to be clear, I'm suggesting that we keep it at 500 by 500 in all cases, and that includes if you had a waiver to allow you to care for more than 5 patients.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems to me the compelling logic. If we're at least anticipating the possibility of waivers, then keeping the canopy at 5. So, any other comment? Do you feel comfortable, Commissioner McBride, with trying to package what you did into what you suggested into a motion? You want some time?
Have like 5 minutes just so I can kind of put it together. I mean,
if I wasn't as obvious as I thought I was asking exactly for a 5-minute break.
Do it.
Okay, so we're in recess for 5 minutes till 2:37 p.m. Thanks. How you doing, Commissioner McBride?
I'd appreciate it if legal could advise about combining this question with the next question, because I think they touch on a lot of the same topics, and I'm not quite,
Okay.
I'm not
Sure.
quite sure if the motion that I would make, it might make more sense to make a motion that combines the two, but I'm also not sure about the utility of doing that.
Okay, Commissioner or General Counsel Bailey, do you have a comment on that or thoughts on that?
I would not have any concerns about combining it. We should probably talk offline if you want additional information.
Commissioner McBride, how would you like to proceed?
Would legal be willing to draft the motion on this? Because I'm just not sure about how to draft this.
Yeah, Pauline and I can work on that.
Okay, so do we want to take a further, do we want to extend the recess for a little while to let that happen?
Yes, please.
Okay, and can I just get, take as much time as you need, but can you give me a guesstimate of how long that will take, both Commissioner McBride and General Counsel Bailey?
I think we can do it in 5 minutes or so.
I'm going to give you 7, so we're going to recess till 2:45. And again, if you need more time, we'll take more time. I want to get this right, but I'll check in with you guys at 2:45, see if you're ready. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate this.
How you doing, Commissioner McBride and General Counsel Bailey?
Mr. Chair, we're back.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are back in session at 2:55 p.m. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the effort that went into that. I should have created a longer recess, but thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Commissioner McBride, are you ready to present your proposal and make a motion?
Christy, sorry, Pauline is going to read the motion that we came up with. There is a part of this that's going to be bifurcated until the next question.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm having really tough audio issues right now.
Okay, no, that's fine. So what, if I heard you correctly though, Commissioner McBride, Pauline's going to read a motion, read the language, and you will make the motion based upon that language?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Pauline.
Okay, so the motion is to make clear in the regulations that personal caregivers can serve up to 5 patients, but a waiver can be sought if a personal caregiver wants to serve more than 5 patients. 2, caregivers under no circumstance can cultivate in excess of 500 square feet. And 3, caregivers engaging in cultivation must maintain a log of the cost of growing and make that log available to the commission on request.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, is that the motion you wish to make?
It is, Mr. Chair. The component about electrical inspections we're going to save until the next question.
Okay, fine. So you'll make the motion based upon what Pauline just read. Can I have
Yes.
a second? Can I have a second, please, of that motion?
Clarification, please.
Sure, please.
Just to clarify, is that 500 feet of canopy as defined?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I have a second, please, of Commissioner McBride's motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission unanimously approve the motion. Thank you very much. What's next, Commissioner McBride?
I think we're set on this question.
Okay, so we're moving on to question 2.
That's correct.
Okay, and you've already set that up, I believe. So there's no need to repeat it. Is there a commissioner who would like to start the conversation on this or discussion on this?
On question 2?
Yes, on question 2 under caregivers.
This came up as a suggestion during public comment, and I thought it was a good, reasonable suggestion, so I wanted to raise it for discussion.
Okay. Any comments or questions on this from Commissioners McBride or Flanagan?
I think they should be restricted from participating.
Okay, as do I. Commissioner McBride?
I agree.
Okay, well then, would you make a motion, please, Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approve the motion. Thank you very much. We are on to topic 14, medical hardship cultivation. Again, Deputy General Counsel, if you could lead us through this. You might be on mute still, Pauline.
Sorry about that. So we have 5 questions. So let's go by one. The first question is whether patients and personal caregivers engaging in hardship cultivation should be required to notify municipalities or comply with municipal or state requirements for electrical usage or fire safety and document its fire safety plan and electrical fire inspections. I would perhaps modify this just a little bit in terms of limiting this requirement to just those engaging in hardship cultivation, and this may come up in a later question about cultivating for patients who don't have a hardship cultivation. So I would broaden this to just simply engaging in cultivation.
Okay. Is this something, Commissioner McBride, that you'd like to help us begin the conversation on?
I would just reiterate what I said previously about the need to include this. So I don't have much more to say about it other than that.
So that's consistent, but this is consistent with what you recommended earlier, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Commissioner Title, Commissioner Flanagan?
So the suggestion was to broaden this to all cultivation and not hardship cultivation?
So I think that's on the table, and I was only thinking about the fact that personal caregivers, there's a following question involving personal caregivers perhaps cultivating for patients without hardship cultivation, and that being part of the canopy amount. We can parse that out. I think I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, but if you could, Pauline, so the modification that you're proposing to what is on the screen here for question 1 is, could you be explicit, please?
Sure, I was just removing the word hardship in thinking about the fact that personal caregivers may be engaging in cultivation for patients without a hardship cultivation, and that amount that they're cultivating would be part of that canopy. So the question is whether these safety requirements should apply to that entire canopy. Yeah.
So you're just taking the word, you're just suggesting that we consider this without the word hardship in the second line, in the first sentence, second line, correct?
Yes, I have no opinion on it. I'm just putting it on the table.
Okay, no, I appreciate you suggesting that. Commissioner McBride, do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, if we are, for the draft regulations, right, we're putting into place up to a 500 square foot canopy.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
So I think that it probably makes sense to remove the word hardship because we've made that change.
Okay. Commissioner Title?
If we may, I'd like to just put that question aside for a moment and just focus on it as written because I'm not against it. I just need a little bit more information to understand. So when it says should be required to notify municipalities, notify whom and of what?
I think that is a great question because I don't know. I mean, the piece here about electrical inspections. I mean, that is a that is something that we do not have a lot of control over. We have no control over it, in fact, and there's a lot that we don't know about. I think how this is going to function unless someone can weigh in and tell me that they do know how this is going to function. But we taught, this kind of got brought up right many weeks ago when we were first talking about the draft. This was raised, and I think that the question about who to notify, I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know who would receive that notification. I don't know.
Okay.
Go ahead,
So can I ask a question? Where did this come from?
Commissioner McBride?
I don't know. This wasn't my writing group.
My understanding is this is Commissioner Title's writing group.
The suggestion about electrical inspections, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but the suggestion about electrical inspections was made weeks ago during the drafting, right, when we were going over the draft regulations.
Right.
So I raised it at that point. I don't know what has happened since then on this. So I don't know.
But this also, my notes, as I said, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Commissioner McBride, I apologize. But my notes said this came from Commissioner Title's writing group. Is that correct? Commissioner Title?
I believe I'm listed there because this topic is under my working group.
No, my notes might be wrong. My notes say this came out of your working group, but maybe I'm wrong.
Because my only question is, I mean, you can file a safety plan with the fire department. I mean, businesses do that, I think, all the time, give it given the fire department does inspections and things like that, but if you're, I don't know who you're gonna file an electrical usage. I mean, your electrical provider is gonna know you're using a lot of electricity, but that's kind of it. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what the municipality has to do with this. I don't think he saw you.
Hey, Commissioner Fennell.
So I am totally on board with having to have an electrical inspection and having to document it along with the fire safety plan. Just not understanding the rest of it.
Commissioner McBride?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I don't have to this. We need to figure out who this has to get filed with and who is responsible for it. And apparently that has not happened. That it's not, we don't have that information currently. So
Go ahead.
I think we need to figure that out. Right. I think it sounds like we're all on the same page that we agree that this should be a component, but
it strikes me if we're all in agreement, which I think we are, but we'll take a vote to ascertain that we can let the legal staff between now and whenever we do take a final vote, flesh that out and fill that out, and that'll be part of our final vote. But it should not preclude us from voting today on the gist of this, other than that one piece of specific information, which will be filled in before we take a final vote. Is that? I think that's a reasonable approach if people agree with that. Commissioner Title.
The part that I'm fine with is, and I would like, if it's okay, I'd like to pull this out and make it the proposal, whether patients and personal caregivers engaging in hardship cultivation should be required to document their fire safety plan and electrical and fire inspections. I have an issue with cutting the word hardship, which I can explain whenever that's appropriate to do. And I also am not comfortable with a requirement to notify municipalities that I don't understand. I'm also not comfortable with complying with municipal or state requirements for electrical usage or fire safety, just because I don't know what that refers to.
Okay, well, let's start with the hardship. What's your concern about taking out the word hardship?
So the concern, and I understand what happened there because it's a reference to question 3, but I think if we take out the word hardship, now you're saying a patient who is growing one plant for themselves has to have a fire inspection, right. And I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
I'm still having a hard time figuring out why.
Why what, Commissioner?
Why we're telling why they're telling the city, why they're telling, I mean, you got everybody but the police department on here. I get the fire plan because of the high electrical usage. Like, I understand that. I understand the electric. I think that they should have an electrical inspection just to see if they can handle it. I mean, it's common sense not to put things in your house if your electrical system can't handle it. But we're now going to treat them like an actual business. I mean, they're being treated like a business.
So is there momentum here for keeping hardship cultivation in, but saying that patients and personal caregivers engaging in hardship cultivation are required to document fire safety plan, electrical and fire inspections? Does that get to the concerns that were raised by Commissioners Flanagan and Title?
For me,
take out the notification. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying yes, for me.
And Commissioner Flanagan, does that address your concern? If it's just literally the plan and the electrical and fire inspection?
Yeah, because I guess from my perspective, the fire department's going to know what they're walking into if there's a situation in a building, right? That's one of the reasons why I wanted them to file plans with the product manufacturing. So it makes sense to do that because then they'll know what they're walking into. But I guess If you have your electrical inspection, you have your fire inspection, okay, fine. But who's paying for the fire inspection? There's got to be some kind of cost to it. They're not going to just take out a group of people and come inspect your house. So I guess my point is, what are we getting at?
Commissioner McBride, you'd like to say something?
I was going to say, I mean, I think it's the caregiver who's gonna have to pay for it, who's cultivating, right? I mean, and it's going to end up it ends up being that if you want to undertake this activity, then in order to ensure that the whole house doesn't go up in flames, depending on kind of the level of where how much you are cultivating, right? That someone needs to put eyes on your fuse box, right? Or and say that you have capacity here to be able to do this or not.
Right. And so if you have an electrical inspection and yours doesn't meet the standard, then you have to choose to pay to upgrade it.
Yeah, that's right. You can't, I mean, and you can't, you're not going to be able to, for our purposes, right? Like, I mean, it's going to be a problem if you do want to seek a waiver or something like that. I mean, this is, it goes, the impetus for this, right, is people running electric cords out of windows and, up second story fire escapes through windows in order to be able to support all the equipment that's needed to grow. So trying to prevent, obviously, the risk part of that. Can I just ask what's on the table now?
What I was trying to see if people were comfortable putting on the table was to modify question 1 on topic 14 to keep in the word hardship, to say whether patients and personal caregivers in hardship cultivation should be required, and then the requirements would be document fire safety plan and electrical and fire inspections. So kind of taking out the middle of what is in here. To address the concerns that people had about not knowing where or whom to notify in municipalities. So keep in the requirement for inspections and a plan, but take out the notification requirement. And leave in the word hardship in front of cultivation. That's what I was trying to see if we were getting close to consensus on. Okay, I'll go one by one. Commissioner Flanagan, is that something that is there anything that you would change about what I was just trying to articulate? Is that comfortable to you?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to take question 1 and essentially leave in the first part of, so whether patients and personal caregivers engaging in hardship cultivation should be required. Take out the notification requirement and just say documented fire safety plan and electrical and fire inspections. So take out the notification requirement.
Okay, so then are we going to require this yearly?
That's a good question.
I mean, I guess I'm still confused as to why, because if I knew why, then the question would be, are they getting yearly inspections? Are they getting an inspection once and that's it? Are they getting, I mean, you usually get inspections when you pull permits to do construction. So if you're not pulling permits and every year you're going to call the electrical inspector or fire inspector and say, hey, come to my house.
So the language that's in here currently, if you take out to notify municipalities, just take those 3 words out, then you have the requirement that you must be in compliance with municipal and state requirements for electric usage and fire safety, and document your plan and inspections. I think we've covered everything there. That does not say that you need to have inspections on an annual basis, but it does say that you need to stay in compliance with the municipal and state requirements. So that does seem to address the concern that you just raised. If we literally, the only thing we change here is take out the 3 words to notify municipalities.
Yeah, I mean, because I guess I just don't know who you're gonna notify.
Right, so we don't know that, but we do, I think it's appropriate to say that you need to stay in compliance with municipal and state requirements for electrical usage and fire safety. That feels good to you
Yeah,
guys?
that's fine.
Okay. Commissioner's title, go ahead.
Could I suggest, I think this is not a substantive change, whether patients and personal caregivers engaging in hardship cultivation should be required to comply with all relevant municipal or state requirements for electrical usage or fire safety, and document their fire safety plan and electrical and fire inspections.
So all you've done is add the two words, all relevant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to be difficult, but that can be interpreted a million ways. What's relevant?
I don't want to be difficult either. It's just that the way I'm reading it, it says comply with municipal or state requirements for electrical usage or fire safety. You can't tell at all what that's referring to and if it's relevant or not.
Right. No, I get it. I'm just.
Well, first of all, it should be electrical usage and fire safety, don't you think? Not or?
Yeah. Thank you.
No, I wasn't commenting on you. I was commenting on what was in the language here on the screen. Commissioner McBride? Where we are taking out the two notified municipalities clause.
Yes, time to that.
Okay, so I'm gonna let Commissioner and Flanagan and Title tell me whether they want to keep in, want to add all relevant or not. You guys go after it and let me know what you come up with. I don't have a strong opinion on this topic.
I'm just thinking more of compliance. I mean,
yeah,
you get a good lawyer, you get a good whatever, and they're gonna say, well, what's relevant? And they, if you can't comply, you're gonna argue it. So
you live with that, Commissioner Title?
I like all relevant because I just don't feel comfortable putting in something that refers to municipal or state requirements that are not specified.
Well, but it says municipal or state requirements for electrical usage and fire safety. I mean, I think that's pretty specific to me.
But if we don't specify that we're talking about the relevant requirements, then what requirements are we talking about?
the specific electrical usage and fire safety ones that are on the books now. It's not specific to cannabis, it's just in general.
For houses?
It would be into the CMRs probably, so could be.
Would it be possible for legal counsel to weigh in on this if it's sufficiently specific?
Sure. Okay, go ahead, General Counsel.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. What I would say is that I think in terms of the scope of the requirements would depend upon the scope of cultivation that the caregiver or patient is engaging in. So I think that these, to Commissioner Flanagan's point, it would be the existing fire safety and electrical requirements that are on the books that would apply to these individuals cultivating. I can't speak for the state agency charged with this, whether they would consider this to be the requirements applying to homes or businesses. So that would really be in their discretion. What I could suggest, if the commission could vote on this language in advance of the next the final regulations, we could seek a legal opinion, or you could seek a legal opinion on the scope of those requirements.
What we're going to do, thank you, Christine, because what we're going to do on the 24th or whenever, and based upon the number of changes we're making today, I have a sneaking suspicion it might take us a little longer than the 24th, but whenever we do that, we're going to vote on language, not policy. It seems like we're set on the policy here, or we're about to be set if we can get to a motion and a vote, and we can deal with that specific language based upon what Christine just said when we get to the final reg vote, if that's okay with everybody. It's not, that's not going to be a policy issue. That's going to be just language. Go ahead, Commissioner McBride.
So can we insert the word, instead of relevant, can we say applicable? So whether patients and personal caregivers engaging in hardship, hardship cultivation, are we taking out hardship? I'm sorry.
No, we're leaving in hard. The only thing we're taking out is to notify municipalities, but we are leaving in hardship, and I'm perfectly fine as long as everybody else is just to move on with applicable.
Okay, so I think that, engaging in hardship cultivation should be required to comply with applicable municipal or state requirements for electrical usage or fire safety. Electrical usage and fire safety.
And fire safety.
It's fire safety plan and electrical and fire inspections. Just
Okay.
take out to notify municipalities. I'm sorry, take out notify municipalities or insert.
Applicable.
Yeah.
And change the word or to and between electrical usage and fire safety.
Yes.
Okay, will you make that motion, please? You just made it. Just make a motion based on what you just said.
Move that we adopt the verbiage as I just set forth.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
That was Commissioner Title. Oh, thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Questions 2 through 5 are going to be tough. I'm sorry, Commissioner Title, were you going to say something?
I just wanted to thank Commissioner McBride because I said relevant, but I think applicable was the word I was trying to say.
Okay, well, we got somewhere. That's good. Okay, let's go to question 2, which is whether personal caregivers should be required to provide patients with notice of cultivation conditions. Again, I'll anticipate Commissioner Flanagan's question, which is where does this come from? And
Why?
why? Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't get it exactly right, Commissioner Flanagan. Next time I will.
No, it's weird to come from. I mean, I would think that people would know the conditions if they're talking to their caregiver, but I guess this topic just seems to have a lot of formal conditions that I'm wondering if caregivers are really going to conform to them. I mean, because how are they required to provide patients with notice? Is it in writing? Is it verbally? Is it?
So anybody want to take this on about why go ahead, Commissioner Title.
So this was my suggestion based on public comment, and I'm kind of in agreement with you, Commissioner Flanagan, in that my writing group and I think were envisioning that a caregiver would be providing this information to patients, but based on public comment, I think there was some desire to formalize that. I would be open to further refining it, such as in writing. But I think that the point here is to make sure that patients have something from the caregiver that they can then verify if they need to, and that they have some standard that they can hold the caregiver to.
So then my suggestion would be if it's going to be in writing, a set amount of times. Is it once a year, twice a year, bi-monthly? I don't know.
Sure, maybe annually.
Sure.
Commissioner McBride.
Or put
Go ahead,
the
sorry.
caveat unless something comes up, unless something changes.
Commissioner McBride, do you have any comments before I ask for a motion from Commissioner Title?
I do not.
Okay, Commissioner Title, you based upon the input from Commissioner Flanagan, do you feel comfortable making a motion?
Yes. I move to require personal caregivers to provide patients with annual written notice of cultivation conditions and written notice of changes to those conditions.
Second.
Didn't ask for it, but thank you anyway. So let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. Question 3, should personal caregivers be able to continue to cultivate for up to one qualifying patient who does not have a hardship cultivation registration? And the note here says codify and continue current practice policy. That is our current practice policy. Mr. Executive Director, could I ask you about this?
Hardship cultivation is currently not been fully implemented, so.
Right.
So can somebody explain this note about codify and continue current practice policy?
So I had put that note in. So for this third question, my understanding was that pending the implementation of the hardship cultivation registration process, caregivers have been allowed to cultivate for one patient.
I
That needs to be corrected.
I'm not aware of that, and so that's what I'm trying to get some confirmation. Is it, if we haven't done it, then it can't be current practice or policy. Can you help me out, Mr. Executive Director, on this?
I don't know that I can, to be honest.
Okay. Can somebody help me out on this? Commissioner Tyler, go ahead.
Yes, so I can explain what happened here. So our regulations previously required that a caregiver can only care for up to one patient who has a hardship cultivation.
Right.
But because we never implemented hardship cultivation in practice, there are a number of patients who are receiving their medicine from a caregiver who is only serving that one patient. So this was brought up during public comment by patients who said, I have this arrangement, it's the current practice, it's working for me, I don't want to change it, and I don't want to apply for a hardship. And that seemed fair to me because I don't think it certainly was not our writing group's intention to add any additional burden onto existing patients. So that's where it came from.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Appreciate it. Do you have questions or comments from Commissioners McBride or Flanagan on that?
I don't have any questions or comments on it.
And would you like to make a motion, please, Commissioner Tuttle?
So moved.
Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Tuttle made the motion, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tuttle?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. Moving on to the next slide, please. Question 4. If I'm reading this correctly, we've already covered this. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that correct, General Counsel?
I would think so.
Pardon? Was that Commissioner Flanagan?
Excuse me. Yeah, so my understanding is with the clarification of the 500 feet, I don't think this particular question needs to be considered.
Okay, Commissioner Flanagan, do you disagree?
No, I'm saying I thought we already did it.
Yeah, okay, no, fine. So do I. So let's move on to question 5 then. Can I get, again, this, Commissioner Tyler, would you mind giving us some perspective on this issue?
Yes, and I'll be asking the General Counsel to weigh in. The issue here is that the regulations currently allow inspection, and I believe it's with reasonable notice, except in cases of suspected diversion. And it came up during public comment that caregivers or prospective caregivers didn't know what those terms meant. So the proposal here is to define those terms further.
Do you have a recommendation in terms of how to define those terms further?
I do not.
Can I get some opinion from General Counsel on this, as well as comments from Commissioners McBride or Flanagan if they have them? But Commissioner, General Counsel, what would go into clarifying and defining a reasonable notice and suspected diversion, in your opinion?
So Chairman, thank you. So in conversations I've had with Commissioner Tuttle, I indicated that there could be an opportunity here to just examine in terms of when agencies have the ability to inspect in a home, what basically the parameters of those inspections are. I mean, reasonable notice, I do not have anything to add specifically until I look into it as a matter, into the case law, but the commission could define what it meant by reasonable notice. For example, reasonable notice could include suspected diversion.
But my question to you is reasonable notice a defined legal term?
Well, I think, you know, usually reasonable notice is whether, you know, we would apply an objective standard and say whether or not the individual should have expected that you know, they would receive this type of notice and a certain type of notice in advance. That being said, any clarity that the commission could provide in terms of implementation, I'm sure would be helpful.
Commissioner, Executive Director, do you have a comment on this in terms of implementation or?
Not entirely, no. I think my comment is that we haven't done this, and I think we'd have to develop an SOP internally, probably issue. I think it's something that could be solved through guidance at some point, but I don't know if that's going to give the commission or prospective or current caregivers much comfort. To me, reasonable notice is to be determined by the commission. So I think this is something we haven't done. So I think we'd have to spend some time and develop a plan for it.
Thank you. Commissioner, you know, it's hard to respond to this and without specific recommendations about how to define or what definition to give to reasonable notice and suspected diversion. So what are your thoughts?
How about just changing reasonable notice to reasonable notice as defined by the commission?
Can I get comments? That works for me. Can I get comments from Commissioners McBride or Flanagan if they have them?
Well, for me, I think we should be inspecting anyway. You know, you're participating in a program that through the commission, you know, we just went through a couple of other requirements you're going to have to do as a caregiver, you know, filing with the safety plan, giving people information on cultivation conditions. I don't think there should be an issue of whether or when we come in to inspect what you're growing.
I completely agree with Commissioner Flanagan that these are licensed by the commission and we have the right to inspect them at any time with reasonable notice, unless in the case of suspected diversion. That strikes me as just pretty rational.
And I agree to that. And I think that, you know, we have inspection operating procedures now for our marijuana establishments. This should really be no different. There should be nothing to hide. It shouldn't be. I mean, I get people are going to be uncomfortable with this, but you know what? You're asking to participate in a program. We're allowing you to participate in the program. There's accountability, and there's certain things that we need to know what's going on. Put reasonable notice by the commission. I'll tell you that day. I mean, I'm not going to be concerned about the time frame of it.
I'm as I just indicated, I agree with Commissioner Flanagan on this. Commissioner Tyler, do you have thoughts? I mean, so this would you know include reasonable notice as defined by the commission, but would not put a limitation on when or why we conduct an inspection.
That's fine with me. I think it's just worth noting that these are neither businesses nor suspected criminals. So I think that it's important that we are in line with that. But reasonable notice makes sense. It's just, does reasonable notice mean 10 minutes? You know, does it mean 24 hours? So it would solve my concern if we just said reasonable notice as defined by the commission, and then we left it to our staff to define.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
I agree with Commissioner Title. I mean, first of all, I know they're not a business, but they're acting in a capacity of providing a service to someone. So I think that we can sort of look at them as a pseudo business. The fact that we're not looking at them as criminals, to me, means that we can go in there at any time. Like that nothing's going wrong, and we should be able to go in because that's what we do with our businesses. And you know, we have inspections, we have all kinds of things. So, I mean, I'm not going to get into the semantics of it. I just think that being able to inspect the products that you're providing to other people is something we should have access to whenever we need it or whenever we want it, short of suspected diversion. Then obviously that opens up a whole other process. But I'm willing to work with whatever the commission deems necessary for the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Commissioner Tyler just agreed with you, and I agree with you, as long as
we insert reasonable notice as defined by the commission. I think we're all in accord on that. So, Commissioner McBride, do you have anything comment before any comment to make before I ask for a motion?
No.
Okay. So, General Counsel, help me out here. Are we only talking about adding the phrase reasonable notice as defined by the commission to our current regulations, or is other regulatory changes required to implement what we just discussed?
I think you're fine with just adding that phrase. Excuse me.
Commissioner Title?
That's fine.
So would you make that motion, please?
Yes, I move to replace the term reasonable notice as it relates to hardship cultivation inspections with reasonable notice as defined by the commission.
Thank you. Could I get a second, please?
Second.
Let's make sure Commissioner Title made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. Let's move on to topic 15, which is medical out-of-state patients.
So the question here is, should
Oh.
out-of-state residents with severe conditions be allowed to register as a patient? So as you'll recall, at the last policy meeting, there was a proposal to limit the out-of-state individuals looking to register as patients in Massachusetts to those receiving end-of-life or palliative care or cancer treatment. Yeah, so the question here is whether to allow state residents with severe conditions to register.
Yeah. So I'd like to ask two questions here, if I could. One is, I'm uncomfortable with kind of how to draw the line here. Where we draw the line, somebody who feels deserving and will not get this. So I'm very uncomfortable personally drawing a line. So I'd like just to hear from others about how they think we can and should draw a line. The second is I'm concerned about patient privacy. To get, if we say that you have to have a certain condition or set of conditions, we need documentation of that. And then doesn't that raise all kinds of patient privacy issues for our commission? So those are the two questions I have in my mind thinking about this. I don't know whether legal wants to address them or Commissioner Title, once again, I know this was raised by you. Do you have any thoughts on those two topics, Commissioner Title?
You're muted.
Thank you. I agree with you on both counts. I would prefer to expand this to all out-of-state patients, but I recognize from our previous conversation that we were not in alignment there. So in that case, for me, it's a question of addressing that privacy concern and also drawing the line. So if we have to, it would be better than nothing for me if we do draw the line, but we make it the healthcare provider who is making that determination and no one else.
Thank you. Can I get other thoughts on this, Commissioner Flanagan or McBride?
So I'm not comfortable drawing a line when it comes to illness. There's always going to be one outlying illness that we haven't covered that someone's going to be diagnosed with. And I think that it's difficult to say if you have this particular diagnosis, you're eligible, and if you don't, then you don't. Having said that, I have a really big concern with people participating in our program and then crossing state lines with a product that's illegal. Because if they're coming here from other states and they're getting their care and they're participating in our program, it's most likely they're going back home for care, to live, whether it be the states that are south of us or the states that are north of us or even those that are west of us. So I don't think out-of-state patients should be able to participate. I think that the medical programs are in a number of states where people are able to participate in. And while I'd like to think that ours is going to be one that people want to be a part of, I really think it's for the people of Massachusetts.
Thanks. Commissioner McBride, do you have any thoughts on this?
I guess I agree with both Commissioner Title and Commissioner Flanagan.
Isn't that the problem on this topic? Go ahead.
So I guess what I agree with Commissioner Flanagan's assertion about crossing state lines, just because I don't want to wade into federal issues, certainly, and I don't want to create an opening for our regulations to have unnecessary scrutiny placed on them because of swimming in some waters there that just might raise questions. But that being said, I mean, I don't know if there's a way to kind of rein this in a little bit and allow for a qualifying patient, could be a non-Massachusetts resident receiving end-of-life or palliative care or cancer treatment in Massachusetts, who is, using the medicine in Massachusetts. I don't know if that's a possibility, so that we sort of, can rein that in. People come to Massachusetts from all over the world to receive medical care. There's a reason for that. We have outstanding medical institutions here. Undoubtedly, people are coming here from New Hampshire and Connecticut and Rhode Island. And I certainly, do feel like ultimately this is a decision that's going to be between a healthcare provider and that patient. And I believe that without regard to where that patient called home. So I think if we can rein it in and say, that it's something, if we're really concerned about that component of, creating a situation where product is traveling over state lines, then let's try to rein that in a little bit and come up with appropriate language for it.
So if you're saying somebody who is in palliative or end of life care, being treated in Massachusetts, and will keep the product in Massachusetts,
right?
That would be something you'd be comfortable with, Commissioner McBride?
Yeah, I mean that's purely to. I mean, it feels that's purely to address the issue about medicine going over state lines in contravention of federal policy.
But it also, to me, helps draw the line as well. Palliative end of life care to me is a pretty clear line that I again, any line we draw is arbitrary, but that one I understand. There's logic, or at least I can defend to my own self why the line would be drawn there. So that works for me. At least addresses the two concerns that I have. Commissioner Flanagan, what are your thoughts on Commissioner McBride's proposal?
In theory, it's great. I don't know how we can force someone to keep a product here.
We can't, but we have the same issue in retail, quite honestly. I mean, they can take it across state lines as well. So I appreciate your concern, but I don't think that that's unique to this particular discussion.
No, but if you're allowing someone to enter into a program, then it's reasonably expected that the product that they're going to get is going to go home with them. So with adult use, you can walk in and do whatever you got to do. You're not part of an actual program. If you're going to participate in our medical program and you're going to be a registered patient and you're going to go to the dispensary and get your product, then it's reasonably expected that you're going to take that product home, wherever that home is.
I thought Commissioner McBride had tried to address that. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Commissioner McBride, so if this is not what you said, please push back. I thought part of her proposal was somebody being treated in Massachusetts. Did you not say that, Commissioner McBride, or did I make that up?
No, I think that's what I was. Yes, that's what I said. That's what I was trying to say.
I think specifically to address the concern that you're just raising, Commissioner Flanagan.
Right,
So,
but even hospice, you don't have to be in a facility.
Pardon?
But even if you're on hospice, you don't need to be in a facility. You can have hospice services at home.
But being treated in state, whatever that, and we can define that. But that I think, again, I'm not saying you should be satisfied.
No, I mean I understand what I think I understand what she's getting at, you being treated, but even there are people that get treatments that go home. I mean,
sure.
You might be here for, I mean, you have Crohn's disease, for instance, and you go in for the hospital for a week and a half. You're treated there and you go home. Mm-hmm. So I guess my level, I guess I'm uncomfortable with the fact that I'm expecting at some point that they're going home, which could be out of state. And not to mention that all the states in New England have a medical program. So while I get that you have your treatments here, there's an ability to have the medical program in your home state.
I guess the way that I'm conceptualizing this is that you have somebody, they may or may not have a program in their home state, but if they're in Massachusetts for any period of time receiving treatment, being able to, just as they wouldn't be able to carry product from their home state into our state, right? Because that would be in contravention of federal policy. They should be able to get product while they're here receiving treatment if it is for a period of time, whether it's a week, 2 weeks, whatever, and take advantage of our system while they're here, so that they have coverage, right? If they're in Massachusetts, they're able to receive medicine. If they go home to New Hampshire, or let's say Maine, like they are able to receive medicine there. So I think it's. I mean, I totally understand the practicalities of it. I think what I'm trying to get at is, they shouldn't be carrying product into our state, and they shouldn't be carrying product out of our state. But while they're here, they should be able to take advantage of our system. For this narrow category of people who are in, particularly, I mean, this is a very, obviously the most extenuating of circumstances.
Can we get, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
So we just basically put most of our medical program online. We're allowing telehealth, you apply online. Can we get some guidance as to how that would work if people who are out of state are now trying to participate?
Mr. Executive Director, do you have any thoughts on this?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I do. This would be tricky to implement for a number of reasons, but I don't want anyone to construe that to be an excuse not to do it. I think, to Commissioner Flanagan's point, our system at this point is largely automated, and that is due to an API we have with the Registry of Motor Vehicles, where we can confirm someone's residency automatically. If you use your driver's license as your proof of identification. If you use another document such as a passport, we would manually verify and confirm that, but that's the majority, a very large percentage is automated. This would obviously be different. Another challenge that we would have is our vendor, IDEMIA, which is the same vendor the state uses to print your driver's license, for instance. Will only mail at this point to a Massachusetts address. So we require for our registrations a mailing address, and your residential and your mailing address must be in Massachusetts. So to implement this, we would have to reconfigure the system. One option, to Commissioner McBride's point, could be requiring a Massachusetts mailing address, but allowing an out-of-state residence. I think with the other conditions around the end of life or palliative care. And then the other option too could be, given that it is end of life or palliative care, would be to limit the time frame, maybe not an annual registration, but a shorter period at the discretion ultimately of the provider that would be making that certification, not to the commissions, but instead keeping that relationship between a provider and patient where those decisions are ultimately made. So. But this would be a complicated implementation for us, just because we did, to Commissioner Flanagan's point, just build a system to accommodate and I guess to represent the program as it exists today. So, but again, I don't want anyone to construe that to be a reason not to do this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Mr. Chow, we haven't heard from you in a few minutes. What's your thought?
I would have to say I'm very far away from where the three of you are in terms of your concerns, just because I can't imagine that someone would come here and not go to a retail store and like fraudulently go through this process. But that aside, I think I'm just gonna like respect where the three of you land up, as long as my initial concern, which I think everybody shared, is that we're not creating a situation where you're going to a dispensary and showing them your medical records, to show that you are receiving cancer treatment or palliative care, but rather that decision is made privately with your medical provider.
Commissioner McBride? Based upon what you've heard from the other three commissioners and Commissioner and Executive Director Collins, do you have a motion you'd like to make or further thoughts on this?
No, I do not have a motion I would like to make.
Okay.
I can make a motion.
Please do then, Commissioner Tuttle.
So I'm looking at our materials, and the regulatory language that's listed here is qualifying patient means a Massachusetts resident or a non-Massachusetts resident receiving end-of-life or palliative care or cancer treatment in Massachusetts. I would like to just add to that as determined by a certifying healthcare provider.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
Does that have to be added? Because I thought certifying Massachusetts healthcare provider is already in the regs. That's the whole reason why we can't have reciprocity, because under the law it says it has to be a Massachusetts certifying provider. And so until the laws change, we can't have reciprocity with other states.
I can speak to that.
Go ahead, please.
So in this case, the patient would be receiving care from a Massachusetts healthcare provider. So that's why they could meet the definition. But I think the way that it's phrased now, it's not clear who is making that determination that they're receiving end of life or palliative or cancer care. So that's what we would be specifying.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Executive Director.
And I hate to confuse this any further, but
this is really important. Please go ahead.
A concern I think we just need to consider here too is that patients, especially at that stage of care and that stage of acuity, are likely to have perhaps a team of doctors. The concern I have is, given the complexity of cannabis programs juxtaposed to the normal, I hate to call it normal, but the traditional healthcare system, in that there hasn't been a full harmonization or a complete embrace of medical marijuana as a treatment. There is a chance that someone could be in Massachusetts receiving that end-of-life care, palliative care, and those providers may not be registered with our program. And I think that's just an issue we should be at least aware of, but I don't know how to consider it in this context, where the provider that could be certifying the patient may not be the provider ultimately that is providing the care in that, whether it be cancer, palliative, or end-of-life context. And I just think we need to be mindful of that here, unfortunately.
No, I think it's a great point. I appreciate you bringing it up. Commissioner Tuttle?
I very much appreciate that, and I want to encourage this discussion to keep going because I think this is really complex. I think we all have a lot to offer on it. So my thinking there was with that understanding that, let's say you're getting care at a particular big hospital, you could still go to another provider as your certifying healthcare provider, but at least then you would be in a provider-patient relationship with the person who's looking at your medical records and saying, okay, yes, I checked this box, you are receiving end of life or cancer or palliative care, versus taking that to, the counter at the dispensary.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan, please go ahead.
Can we have the motion read again, please?
Yeah, I think it might have just changed slightly, but go ahead, Commissioner Tuttle, if you're willing to do that.
And I'm sorry, I'm reading from the regulatory language in our materials. Qualifying patient means a Massachusetts resident or a non-Massachusetts resident receiving end-of-life or palliative care or cancer treatment in Massachusetts. And so I'm proposing that we add to that definition as determined by a certifying healthcare provider.
And so, General Counsel, that's the only, you believe that definitional change is the only thing required to do this, if we choose to go down this path?
I think that would add clarity, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Flanagan, did that address your
I just
question?
need a point of clarification. A certifying healthcare provider is a provider certified in our program, right?
That's a defined term in our.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I correct that Commissioner General Counsel? That's a defined term in our definitions.
Yes, and I don't think this is at issue, but we're not suggesting the certifying healthcare provider could be out of state. We're just simply saying that they would make that determination that the patient is seeking treatment en masse.
Okay. So, Commissioner Conley, you formally made that motion. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Could I get a
If
second?
not, so moved.
Pardon?
I said, if not, so moved.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
No.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the motion by a vote of 3 in favor. Commissioners McBride, Title, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Flanagan voting no. Thank you. General Counsel, you have that's enough specificity for your team to do their work on that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Let's move on then to topic 16, which is medical vertical integration. Am I supposed to do this myself, or you're not going to help me, General Counsel?
I'm happy to help or cede the floor to you.
I wouldn't mind you framing it, and then I'll start the conversation. So if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. So under our medical use statute and regulations, MTCs are vertically integrated. So this is a proposal as to whether the commission should exercise its authority to dismantle vertical integration. So the sub-questions for question 1 would whether the commission has the authority under General Law Chapter 94G and Chapter 94I to dismantle vertical integration. Second question, if the commission concludes it has the authority, whether the commission should adopt a regulatory scheme that allows MTCs to apply for licenses and endorsements. And it references the memo drafted by the former Commissioner Doyle that was posted on our website. Whether the proposed regulatory scheme is consistent with the licensing scheme set forth in General Law Chapter 94G and Chapter 94I, and the licensing limits established in Chapter 94G, Section 16. Chairman, would you like me to move on to the second question or pause here?
Let's pause. Thank you. Let's pause here. So we did hear obviously a lot of feedback on this during the public comment period and also from the advisory board. The writing team that former Commissioner Doyle led, ultimately decided not to make a recommendation to go forward with this, notwithstanding Commissioner Doyle's great work in terms of thinking of possible approaches to do so. The writing team did not endorse going forward with it. We did not take it up as part of our draft regulations. My personal opinion is that it's a very complex issue, and while I appreciate the work that Commissioner Doyle did, I believe it's high level and there's a lot more work to do here. I can't imagine a way that we could get this work done in time to first of all determine whether we have the authority to do it, and then to deal with all the subsidiary questions here. So I'm going to offer my opinion, not a decision, but I'm going to offer my opinion, which is I don't believe we should get into this at this point in time. I do believe this is an important topic for our next regulatory round, but I do not believe we can or should get into it at this point in time. So that's just stating my opinion. I'd welcome input comments from the other commissioners on that.
Mr. Chairman.
I think Commissioner Tyler raised her hand 1 second before you did. So Commissioner Tyler, then Commissioner Flanagan.
Thank you. I agree with you. I'll say that I certainly support de-integration, de-vertical integration.
I think actually somebody said on the advisory board, the technical term is disintegration.
Disintegration, yeah, absolutely. I support that conceptually. I suspect that we all do, but I think that there's a tremendous amount of work that was put into it, and I very much appreciate it. But I have a lot of process concerns, and I just don't think that this is the proper point in the process to pass that.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyler. Commissioner Flanagan?
Mr. Chairman, my concern is that, again, I am hoping that this is the last round of regulations that we do for a while on this commission.
Yes.
And that if we don't take the steps needed to address this issue, that it just may not happen, and that it may just be pushed down the line even further. It's easy. We've done it every year. We've done regulation changes every year, and I'm hoping that we don't do them again next year. So my question would be, is there a way to possibly talk about this and have staff input and get this done? If there's no physical way that it can be done, then I understand, but I'm just, I'm concerned that we kick this down the road too much further, then it just may never come to fruition.
I appreciate and share the concern you just raised, and I will seek staff input on the question you just raised, but I'd like to give Commissioner McBride a chance to weigh in first, and then I'll ask for staff input on the question that you just raised, Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner McBride?
I think that this needs to be done, and I applaud the very typical brilliance of Commissioner Doyle in coming up with this elegant solution. I do believe this needs to be done. I am concerned about our capacity to do it well in a short period of time. I don't think that it's a major undertaking. Right. And so I will agree with Commissioner Flanagan on this, state my support for taking these steps, but also pragmatically understanding that our capacity may be limited to do it well at this point in time, but that there, and I really hesitate to say it, but I think that there does need to be a plan in place for trying to carry this forward, but doing so in a way that respects all of the process that I think Commissioner Title is exactly right in identifying is going to have to go into this.
Could I ask General Counsel to address the issues that were raised by Commissioners Flanagan and McBride, and also Sean, Mr. Executive Director, if you have some thoughts on that as well. General Counsel?
Chairman, can you frame the exact question that you're asking me?
What I'm hearing from Commissioners McBride and Flanagan is a strong desire to not put this off, particularly in the context of, my frequently stated desire not to give us some time before we get to the next regulatory round. So based upon Commissioners McBride and Flanagan's opinion that this should not be put off that long, they said, but they understand if it is not doable in the time frame that we've got, or not doable well in the time frame that we have. And I'd like your thoughts on that, and I'd like the Executive Director's thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, so I think I only have a little to share here, Chairman, which is I did render a legal opinion about my concerns about the proposal, but beyond that, I would not speak to other issues of doability and implementation.
I guess I wasn't asking about your legal opinion about doability and implementation. At this point, I'm very interested in it, but not at this moment in time. I was more concerned about staff time and availability and bandwidth, and the kind of regulatory timeline that we're operating under, and that was the question rather more than your legal opinion at this point in time.
Okay. So thank you, Chairman, for that clarification. Obviously, there would be a significant amount of revision to the regs that would be needed to put this into place. That being said, if the Commission votes in favor of this, and we have an opportunity to talk with you about the schedule for presenting that draft to the commission, then we can do what we need to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Executive Director, do you have any thoughts on this?
I hate to sound like a broken record, but implementation here would be, it would be the most monumental undertaking we would have had since creating the agency. And I don't mean that to be dramatic or intended to exaggerate. I really think, I referenced a few times today that this would be bear with us, it would take some time to implement. This, we would have to completely redesign our license application, which we just launched. We would have to, I think to Christine's point, to General Counsel's point, really dig into regulations themselves, spelling out eligibility. We also have a number of applicants that are currently in our queue and figuring out how to manage that. What do we do with the existing licensees as far as how we incorporate where they land in their current scheme? So again, this would be a massive undertaking from a staff standpoint, and I think we've referenced this a few times today. These are all folks that are working on countless other things on a daily basis. So I think a lot of our ongoing projects would come to a screeching halt. But if that's the commission's choice and prerogative, then we would find a way to, I guess, deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Did I hear from Commissioners Flanagan and McBride based upon what you just heard from the Executive Director and the General Counsel? What are your thoughts about how we should proceed?
I want to respect the advice of the Executive Director. If this is, I want to make sure that, you know, it's understood. I think that this should be done. I don't mean that it needs to, it needs to be done. I don't think that that means that we undertake it and then stop other projects and other really important pieces of the work that we're doing. And so I will defer to the Executive Director on this if it's not something that, you know, can happen in the near future. I understand that, and would just go on record as saying that I'm supportive of the agency taking the steps in the future to try to make this happen, but doing so in a way that respects our bandwidth and capacity to do it well.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan?
I agree with Commissioner McBride, and I also believe that our Executive Director is completely truthful when it comes to the fact that the number of projects that are going on in this commission right now, what this would add to that. We have a lot of important work that's happening. I'll still say that I support this issue and I think that it needs to get done, but I also want it to get done right. And if it's something that the Executive Director feels that they're going to have to fit in to everything else that's happening, then I would like to see us wait and get it done the right way and not just get it done under a time frame because we would like that to happen. This industry is going to be around for a long time in Massachusetts, and you know the Executive Director has led a team that's done things very thoroughly. They've done things with intent, and that we really want to make sure that we do that with this issue as well. So I would defer to him.
Okay. Thank you very much. In case it was not clear when I made my opening remarks on this topic, I too support doing this. I've stated my opinion. I think now is not the right time. It sounds like we're all at that point right now, but I didn't want anybody to be confused. I support doing this at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. Since again, what we just talked about does not require a change to our draft regulations, I don't believe a vote on this is necessary at this point in time. General Counsel, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. There's one topic that I mentioned earlier that right now the plan is to put it on the agenda for our regular commission meeting on the 10th, which is the issue of receivership. There are other topics that were raised in various conversations that legal staff had with Commissioner that are not
on the agenda, either primarily because they are out of scope with respect to the regulatory process, but I did not want to deprive any commissioner of the opportunity to raise any topic that we have not discussed today, or raise a topic that they had raised that was not put on the agenda because of the opinion of legal counsel that it was out of scope for this round, to make a case that it should be in scope. So let me provide this opportunity to my fellow commissioners to raise any other topic that we have not discussed so far today. Commissioner Title?
I'm actually willing to let all of my topics that are out of scope go, but I was actually wondering if I could make a statement on the last slide with regard to the question that we are not voting on regarding exclusive access to disintegrated medical licenses for certain groups.
I'm sorry, I didn't give you or the other commissioners an opportunity to speak on that because I didn't think it was relevant given the decision we made not to pursue it at this point in time, but please go ahead.
Thank you. So I agree it's not relevant or applicable. My point here is purely because I want to make a statement on the record that I would like future commissioners to be able to refer back to.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So I think that one of the next big steps or decisions toward equity will be whether medical licenses that are not vertically integrated will be exclusively offered to certain groups, particularly social equity, economic empowerment, co-ops, women, minority, veteran-owned businesses, and any others that we are trying to encourage. I want to say that I'm very proud of all of the steps that we've taken over the past 3 years, and especially proud of the steps that we've taken today. And I think that they will have a major impact. But I think that at the time that this decision is made, there will likely still be a need for more steps. And I think this is something for the commission to seriously consider at that time. I want to note that over the course of public comment, we received some feedback supporting this idea. I also want to note that at the Cannabis Advisory Board meeting, I think it was everyone who spoke that has some that was appointed for some type of expertise in either social justice or minority-owned businesses spoke in favor of this idea, and I'm in favor of this idea as well. So I just want to make sure I note for the record so they can refer back to it that every person with that type of expertise, and I believe every person of color who spoke at that meeting is in support of this idea, and I hope that it gets seriously considered by future commissioners.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Title. So going back, if I could, to the next slide, please, Erica. Again, if there are topics that were not covered today, I would like, I'd welcome any commissioner to bring up an additional topic if it was deemed by general counsel or legal to be out of scope. Again, I welcome an argument that it should be in scope, but Commissioners Flanagan, Title, and McBride, are there any other topics that we did not cover today that you would like us to discuss? I can't see Commissioner McBride or Commissioner Flanagan, so I don't know if you're raising your hand or not. Commissioner Flanagan?
I don't have any, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McBride?
I'm just looking at, I want to make sure, because there were some questions on testing that I just want to make sure if they are clarifying in nature. Just give me 1 second.
Sure. While you're doing that, Commissioner Title, are there any topics that you wish to raise?
There were a number of staff-led suggestions that we received with our materials, and if there's willingness to consider them, there's 3 that I'd like to raise.
Commissioner, can I ask General Counsel, from a regulatory process standpoint, are we able to do so?
Well, I would, Chairman, suggest that if Commissioner Title could indicate the 3 suggestions she's focusing on, I can give you some advice as to whether they're in scope and the risks of considering them. Okay,
thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Title, would you raise those 3 issues?
Yes, it's number 1, 2, and 7. Do you want me to read them off?
Would you please? I mean, I had that somewhere, but please read them off.
Sure. Number one is to strengthen enforcement of inadequate disclosures under suitability and licensing regulations. Should I keep going?
Yeah, why don't you keep going? Why don't you raise all three, please?
Number two is to clarify that an admission to sufficient facts or continuance without a finding does not constitute a conviction for purposes of reviewing suitability for licensure. And the third, number 7, is clarify that an applicant must disclose all state and federal administrative actions in a manner consistent with disclosure of civil actions.
General Counsel?
So Commissioner Tile can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all three topics are issues concerning the suitability regulations. The suitability regulations weren't changed in this regulatory round, so they would be considered to be out of scope. The question would be whether or not we are changing the rights and responsibilities of applicants and licensees, and whether or not constituents, certain constituents would have wanted the opportunity to opine on those changes. So those would be the concerns that I would raise, Chairman, about considering those issues. That being said, ultimately the Commission can decide whether or not to consider those changes.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, General Counsel. Commissioner Tittle?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. I'm going to then agree with the General Counsel that they should be kept out of scope for this round. Commissioner McBride, do you need more time?
I don't. I guess I'm a little bit confused because I don't know why the testing pieces are sort of out of scope, because there were issues that we discussed previously and included in this round of regulations, and so some of them are probably clarifying in nature, but I think they potentially are still issues that we should just make sure we're all on the same page.
No, absolutely. Again, I ask General Counsel, you're referring to the operations testing requirements, and
yeah.
Okay, Commissioner, or excuse me, I keep saying this. General Counsel, could you offer your perspective on this, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to refer to the Deputy General Counsel because she is taking the lead in this area.
So Commissioner McBride, these questions are within scope. I think there was a question about what would go on the agenda. I'm in agreement with you that most of these questions are clarifying in nature, and it's something that legal could take on without a policy discussion.
Okay, then that's fine. Then I'm willing. I mean, I'm willing to let it go. I just want to make sure that for my fellow commissioners that you sort of saw what the nature of the question. Yes. I mean, I think they are largely clarifying, but just to make sure that we had the conversation if we needed to.
I just speak for myself, Commissioner McBride. I'm comfortable with what's in there, so I don't feel a need for further discussion. But other commissioners, Tittle or Flanagan?
No.
Commissioner Tittle?
No.
Okay, so. Are there any other topics before I announce the future schedule and make a motion or ask for a motion to adjourn? Then Erica, would you put up the slide with our next meetings, please? So we have a regularly scheduled monthly meeting on September 10th, 2020 that will be via Microsoft Teams Live. As I said, we have a stake in the ground for a vote on final regulations for September 24th. We will meet, as I've said a few times already, early next week and determine whether that timeline makes sense or not. Again, my objective, and I'm sure all of our collective objective, do this right rather than to meet an arbitrary timeline, but I do want to get this done. So we will meet, decide what that timeline looks like and communicate it as quickly as we can early next week. That being said, there being no further business for the commission, can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Can I have a second?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that we unanimously approved adjournment at 4:19 p.m. My deep thanks to everybody, the commissioners, the staff. I think we covered an incredible amount today, and thank you all for the constructive and I think very productive conversation we just had. So thank you all, and be safe.